Good evening, everyone. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Ramos Ugiles and Vanessa Pina Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. We will now move to celebrations. Ms. Cooper?
Thank you, and good evening, Chair Rogers, board members, Superintendent Lewis, DPS colleagues, and Durham community. Welcome to the celebration portion of our meeting. Each month, we come together to shine a spotlight on the outstanding achievements and contributions within our school district. From the incredible accomplishments of our students to the unwavering dedication of our educators and staff. Tonight is all about recognizing the moments that make our district a place of pride. We will begin with our Student of the Month, followed by our Alumni of the Month. We will honor our Teacher and Employee of the Month and conclude with a Spark Pen presentation. Please welcome Principal Keisha Futrell of Durham Performance Learning Center and Holton Career and Resource Center to introduce our Student of the Month.
Good evening to our esteemed Board of Education, our guests, colleagues, and constituents. Welcome and thank you for having us tonight. I have the pleasure of introducing a wonderful young lady. Miss Shamie Castro Romero is a junior who will graduate in 2026. She truly rises as a phoenix. She has an amazing work ethic and maintains A's and B's in all of her classes. She has embraced the culture of PLC Holton, that is a place where all students can grow and rise to be great. She supports her classmates with peer tutoring, and not because she's asked, but simply because she wants to help. She is the unofficial cheerleader for many of her friends and classmates, encouraging them to work hard, attend school, and do their best. Shamie is an amazing person with a bright outlook on life. Her future plans include applying to the Durham Early College of Health Sciences to be a dermatologist. She helps out at home with her brother and her sister, and she's a proud daughter of her parents. We are honored to honor her as our Durham Performance Learning Center, DPLC, December Student of the Month. Please join me in welcoming and honoring Ms. Shamie Castro Romero.
Congratulations, Shamie. Please come forward. We have a few gifts for you this evening to recognize you for the amazing person and student that you are. First, we want to present to you your official certificate of the month for being our Student of the Month. Next, you receive a DPS Spark Pen for exemplifying the core values of Durham Public Schools. It keeps coming. Wait. Our friends from Triangle E-Cycling want to make sure that you are powered for wherever your future takes you. So they are presenting you with a laptop this evening. And please welcome Brianna Kennedy, Chief of Programs for the DPS Foundation, for a special presentation, and then following our recognition of our Alumni of the Month. Brianna.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Shamie, for exemplifying DPS's core values. At Durham Public Schools Foundation, we know that a well-funded public school can make all the difference in a student's life, giving them a strong community and a bright future. That's why DPS Foundation brings together organizations and people who are ready to do whatever it takes to support our students and champion our schools. We are honored to support you, Shamie, as Student of the Month, and we are pleased to share that we'll be giving you a $500 gift card to go along with all of the goodies that are in this basket, including a piece of new swag. First time seen. You are DPS made. We are so very proud of you, Shamie. I'll catch you in the hallway to give you your other goodies. Good job and great work. Thank you all so much. Back again. DPS Foundation is partnering with the school district to honor alumni whose lives were shaped by their time in Durham Public Schools and the educators and staff that nurtured them. I'm proud to announce that Soni Gusei Osaji is our DPS Alum of the Month for December. A little bit about Soni. She attended Parkwood Elementary, Lowe's Grove Middle School, and Jordan High School. Today, she serves as the Vice President of Strategy and Operations at Focus Features, part of NBC Universal, where she works on strategic initiatives that shape the future of the film industry. Soni is unable to join us tonight, but we are thrilled to celebrate her journey and achievements. During her time at Jordan High School, Soni exemplified the DPS values of hard work and determination, balancing academics with athletics as a track and field competitor. Under her leadership, her team achieved multiple conference championships, and she maintained an undefeated individual record competing at both the regional and state levels. Soni reflects on her DPS experience as transformative, helping her build confidence and resilience. She credits her AP US history teacher, Mr. Merrill, as a key mentor who challenged her to think critically, express her ideas, and prepare for the demands of college, graduate school, and her career. Soni also recalls the joy of forming a strong community through athletics and cherishes the collaborative spirit of her teammates and peers. Her advice to current DPS students: take advantage of every opportunity outside the classroom, from field trips to extracurricular programs, as these experiences can provide valuable skills and new perspectives. While Soni is unable to join us tonight in person, we celebrate her accomplishments and are proud to honor her with a DPS Spark Pin, along with a gift card and basket of goodies from the foundation. Thank you all so much. You can learn more about Soni on our website by visiting www.bullcityschools.org/alumni. And if you have an alumni story that you would like to share, you can do the same by visiting that link. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Brianna, and thank you to the Durham Public Schools Foundation. At this time, we'd like to welcome Michelle Hayes, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition, to present our Teacher and Employee of the Month recognitions.
Good evening, Chairman Rogers, member of the board, Superintendent Lewis, and cabinet members. So good evening. Today is the day, of course, we celebrate every month our Teacher and Employee of the Month. Every month, a teacher and an employee, a non-teacher, is nominated for Teacher of the Month. These individuals exemplify greatness, tenacity, perseverance, and leadership, and they are nominated based off of the theme of that month. This is a great way to celebrate our teachers and employees. They feel so honored when they are recognized for their hard work and dedication to their profession. Due to prior engagements and a family emergency, our November Teacher of the Month and our December Employee of the Month will be recognized at our January 2025 board meeting. So this evening, we're going to recognize our December Teacher of the Month and our November Employee of the Month. Our Teacher of the Month is sponsored by North Carolina Central University's tennis program, the Tau Psi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and DCL Consulting LLC, and our Employee of the Month is sponsored by the Office of Human Resources. For our November Employee of the Month, the theme is Leading by Example, being that role model. This is the individual who inspires you, someone who sets a good example, and someone who wants students, fellow teacher employees, and parents to imitate. Our November Employee of the Month is Dr. Sanders Binkwith, IB and coordinator from Hillside High School. So first, we would like to congratulate Dr. Binkwith. He just received his doctorate last week. Yeah. Dr. Binkwith is a wonderful leader and contributor to the Hillside academic agenda. He meets and leads within his IB team of teachers and supports staff regularly, providing data-driven discussions and approaches to any decisions that are made to improve the quality of instruction for our students to receive and what our teachers provide. Congratulations to Dr. Sanders Binkwith for being named Durham Public Schools November Employee of the Month. So he will receive a plaque, a bag of goodies, and a Spark pen. Walk the red carpet, Andrew. Let me take some stuff. Our December Teacher of the Month is Naima Brooks from Hillendale Elementary School. Ms. Naima Brooks is a first grade teacher who exemplifies inclusivity. She is always working to involve all students in class. She supports all teachers and is willing to step up and take the lead on supporting all students. Ms. Brooks is very open and eager to learn new ways to include all students in classrooms, discussion, and activities. She's enthusiastic, loving, creative, and uses those attributes to find ways to make sure all students have a voice in her room. She has become an integral part of our community, jumps up whenever needed, and is highly loved and respected by her teammates and her families. Congratulations to Naima Brooks for being named Durham Public School December Teacher of the Month. Coach Lawson from North Carolina Central is out of the country right now, but he will stop by Hillendale and give you an additional token for your hard work. Thank you. So you will also receive a bag of goodies and a Spark pen.
Thank you.
And oh, I'm sorry, so clumsy.
It is an honor to introduce this month's Spark Pen recipient, Mr. Freddie Rogers, a cornerstone of dedication and service within Durham Public Schools. With an incredible 60 years of active service in the North Carolina retirement system and 24 of those years devoted to DPS, Mr. Rogers has exemplified unwavering commitment to our students and community. Fun fact, Mr. Rogers was an electrician for Durham City Schools and was responsible for wiring this very building. Having served as a school bus driver and now serving as a full-time safety assistant, Mr. Rogers has made a lasting impact through his compassion, positive attitude, and ability to build meaningful relationships with every student he meets. He consistently goes above and beyond to support his colleagues and students alike, embodying the spirit of teamwork and resilience. When asked about the key to his longevity and success, Mr. Rogers credits his approach to being a team player, maintaining patience, and continuously learning from both his students and his work. He also highlights the kindness and moral support of his DPS colleagues as essential to his journey, emphasizing that anything is possible when you have the right people there to support you. Despite facing some challenges this year, Mr. Rogers remains steadfast in his dedication, showing up for his students and his transportation family because, as he says, they depend on me. His work ethic and passion for his career inspire us all, and his contributions remind us of the limitless potential we can achieve together. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Freddie Rogers for his well-deserved recognition. This concludes our celebrations this evening.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much, Board Chair Rogers. Good evening, board members, members of the public. As the godfather, Mr. Rogers is still in our presence. I just want to say thank you to him publicly again for his many years of service to Durham Public Schools. We wouldn't be able to conduct this meeting without Mr. Rogers. We wouldn't have any lights. So thank you so much, Mr. Rogers. And I also saw his pastor there, Pastor Washington back there. We will plan a date to recognize him at church as well. And so thank you all so much for being here to honor such an amazing human being. And I will tell you, he is well revered amongst his transportation peers. They call him the Godfather, you know, and as he said, they do lean on him, and it's just a joy to hear them talk about Mr. Rogers. So I just can't say enough about the amazing work that he's done in this district for so many years and still comes back every day. So thank you, Mr. Rogers. Also want to acknowledge the unfortunate loss of two souls and injuries to several others at the hands of a gunman in Madison, Wisconsin, Christian school on Monday. Our hearts go out to our fellow educators and to their students and families. In addition, earlier this week, here in this community, we lost a young soul. The loss of a young life is indeed a tragic occurrence. We send our deepest and sincerest condolences to his family, and we are embracing our scholars and community as we grapple with this loss. Gun safety is an important matter, and we don't get into the debate of, gun laws or anything like that. But gun safety is an important matter, and this is where everyone can take an active role. If there are guns in the home, lock them up. Lock them up, because the lives of our students and staff are important to us. And so as adults, just think about what can we do to keep our scholars safe. And please know that this issue will remain a priority for Durham Public Schools, so more to come on that. Next slide, please. Secondly, I want to acknowledge that this is the last meeting for our dear colleague, Dr. Elvira Lassane, who is retiring at the end of this month. And every time we're in spaces and we recognize her, she gives a cheer, So we certainly appreciate the work that she has done in this district for many years to hire, recruit, retain excellent staff, and certainly wish her well in this next chapter as she prepares to enjoy retirement. Enjoy retirement, and then we'll probably be calling you to come back in some capacity. So would you please help me thank and congratulate Dr. Elvira Lassane. Speaking of excellence, next slide. I want to acknowledge Ms. Turquoise Parker, media coordinator at Lakewood Elementary School and the founder of Mrs. Parker's Professor's Bull City Food Raiser. This was her 10th year coordinating the effort that serves food insecure households at not one, not three, not even five, but 12 of our schools. Ms. Parker and her volunteers, which include her husband, students, educators, retirees, fraternities, sororities, and a number of additional community members, packed nearly 5,000 bags of food that will provide a week's worth of meals while we're on winter break. Congratulations on another successful food drive, Ms. Parker. Thanks to your heart and your initiative, our scholars and their families can look forward to sustenance while our school nutrition professionals take a well-earned break. So thank you so much for what you do for our scholars, Mrs. Parker. Next slide. Durham Public Schools has been recognized with a Business Energy Excellence Award from Duke Energy. The district's participation in Duke Energy's rebate program garnered a rebate total of $363,207.87 this year. Last year, DPS reduced its energy consumption by 16%. The district's sustainability division shares reminders throughout the year, including breaks, which we are upon now, during which employees are asked to please turn off the lights, unplug devices, shut down computers and displays, and close doors to save energy. So thank you so much to our partners and all of our employees who play a vital role in securing funds. Did I say that? Or what did I say? Million? Oh, let me be clear on the record here now. Thank you for that correction. It's not 363 million, 363,000. Which is still a lot. Which is still a lot. Yeah. Okay. $363,207.87 savings, which is still a lot of savings. Thank you for that correction there. Next slide. That makes a difference, a huge difference. Reliable transportation is vital to our students, and we're continuing to push to recruit more bus drivers. One of the most critical roles in a school district is that of a bus driver. Timely that we're having some of our amazing bus drivers walk in the room right now. I had the pleasure of riding a couple of buses about 2 weeks ago, and it was an amazing and enlightening experience, and it further reminded me of the power of our bus drivers. It further reminded me of the skill of our bus drivers, because there were some turns that I know I probably would have took all the cars and trucks out on that road. But it also further reminded me of the value add that our bus drivers play in the work that our teachers and other staff do in the buildings every single day. a smile as a student loads a bus, have a good evening as a student gets off the bus. The picture that's on your screen is a bus driver affectionately known as Miss Peaches. And this particular day, Tony and I were riding this bus, and the joy and the smiles that would be on the students' faces when they saw her as soon as she opened that door was just remarkable to see. And I finally got permission from Miss Peaches just yesterday at our holiday celebration to share this story publicly. You may have heard me talk about, in some spaces, a bus driver that noticed. And so this is a bus driver, among many of our bus driver and transportation safety assistants and bus monitors that notice our students and notice a need and pitch in. Well, there was a particular student that had holes in his shoes, and Miss Peaches noticed. And not only did she notice, she went into action and purchased a brand new pair of shoes for this student. And this is a student that was bullied. This was a student that had poor attendance. But because he has a brand new pair of shoes, he's no longer going to be picked on. He can come to school every single day. The power of a bus driver. And so if you want to be a driving force in a student's life, please come drive with us, because there are many more stories that are not even written yet that you can have an opportunity to be a part of. And so our top priority remains solving and resolving the transportation crisis. More than 70% of our scholars depend upon school transportation, and we are actively working on long-term strategies to improve bus routes and communication systems to better serve our students and families. And you will hear from our transportation team tonight. I want all of our transportation professionals to know just how very much we appreciate their hard work. Because of their commitment, we are continuing to safely transport our scholars while genuinely improving our route efficiency and increasing our pipeline of drivers. Additionally, we are considering family responsibility zones and express stops, as I mentioned, which you'll hear more about tonight, to support us in easing the strain on our overall transportation system. We certainly appreciate our parents and families who have had to step up in a major way, as well as your cooperation and patience as we've worked through this dilemma. We will continue to keep you updated as we determine new approaches. And a huge shout out also to our Durham Public Schools Foundation for again noticing a way that we can value our bus drivers. And so on tomorrow, I don't have the times in front of me, but Cocoa Cinnamon, I think, is between 1 and 7 p.m. tomorrow. And at Dunkin' Donuts, there's 2 locations for Dunkin' Donuts. They'll receive this information if they have not already received this information, where our foundation are creating what they call open tab events. Where transportation professionals can go in and get a drink or a treat, compliments of our Durham Public Schools Foundation. That's just one way of many that as a community, we can step up and value our amazing bus drivers who have a tremendous responsibility of transporting our scholars to and from school. So thank you to our Durham Public Schools Foundation for their work. And if you haven't read President, Executive Director, Erica Wilkins' most recent newsletter on the DPS Foundation website, please read it, bullcityschools.org. Thank you so much for that. Next slide. As your superintendent, I am tasked with ensuring our scholars' academic success. And I wish to thank our Durham Association of Educators, or DAE, for its consistent advocacy for those who work to fulfill our mission to educate our scholars to their full potential. I will tell you that the work done thus far is historic, and we will continue our discussion regarding the meeting confer process and decide collaboratively on how best to move forward. However, the only way that we will get there is through true collaboration and ensuring that more worker voices are at the table, because that's the objective of a policy such as this. And I feel strongly that we must maintain our focus on the role that meeting confer ultimately plays in educating our scholars and ensure we bring a student-focused policy to this board. Inclusion, which is the ultimate goal of the meeting confer process, ensures that the voices of our employees, not just members of DAE, are heard in this process. There must be diversity in position, income, race, and ethnicity, and all employees should be assured of representation. We want to create an opportunity for broader, more equitable input. We also want to prevent exclusivity and separate this process from collective bargaining because it is indeed not. The administration's approach allows for collaboration among a broader group of stakeholders, fostering unity and representation rather than division. Including employees who are and who are not members of DEA ensures that all voices are heard and that the conversation is not dictated by the organization's members. We do recognize that DAE is our ERO. And so better progress is made when we collaborate together. So this approach will strengthen the channels already available for accessibility and input. And finally, it is worth noting that labor management collaboration is not a one-size-fits-all process. And so this claim that allowing non-union representation is not done anywhere else is simply misleading. Different districts and organizations adopt various approaches on their unique needs and circumstances. And boy, I will tell you, Durham is unique. Rejecting innovation or alternative models simply because they differ from traditional practices stifles creativity and adaptability. DPS should be empowered to design a meet and confer process that best meets its specific needs and challenges. And so this version of meet and confer will strengthen and further demonstrate our commitment to inclusivity, to equity, and collaboration amongst all employees. And it is not anti-union, or it is not this notion of union busting, but rather pro-worker in the broader sense, ensuring that all worker voices are heard and respected. And so our goal is to adopt a policy that serves the entire DPS community, students first, workers, administrators, and families in the most inclusive and effective way possible. So we look forward to continued collaboration with our partners at DAE. Next slide. As we look ahead to the new year, we're focused on striking the right balance with our budget priorities. It's about making sure that we invest in the things that matter the most, from essential services to long-term growth, all while being mindful of our financial health. Completing the previous year's audit is a priority and a key goal, as it helps to ensure our financial records are accurate and transparent. And so once that's done, we'll be in a stronger position to share clear, straightforward updates with everyone about how we've managed our funds. And so our commitment to financial transparency, something I've been hearing since I've been here, to ensure that we are building trust and staying accountable and making sure that every dollar is working hard for our scholars and their success. And so we look forward to a year of sound financial stewardship as a result of thoughtful decisions. Next slide. As I approach 100 days as your superintendent on January 15th, I have enjoyed engaging with scholars, with families, staff, and community members to gain deeper understanding of our district's strengths and areas for growth. And so after the new year, I will share my post-entry plan for moving the district forward and ensure that we remain laser focused on every aspect of our scholars' development. And so I look forward to continued partnership and engaging with you as we continue to work on behalf of all of our scholars. Next slide. Many of you know that the North Carolina House of Representatives voted last month to override the veto bill that would increase funding for private school voucher programs by the tune of $463.5 million. And so also within House Bill 10, it contains some unrelated immigration enforcement measures. And so I chose to share this image because it really depicts what's happening with this voucher program, where dollars are reverted from our public schools to private schools where there's no accountability, to private schools where there's no stipulations as to certifications of teachers, from public schools who are the bedrock of society, the bedrock of community, to private schools. And so we are asking, as we're continuing to craft our legislative priorities, that everyone in this community gets involved in the process of advocating on behalf of public education. And next slide. I know there's been some concerns, some communication about the upcoming administration from the federal government standpoint and this notion of what will happen to the United States Department of Education. And I will ask this community to maintain some sense of skepticism that the United States Department of Education will be eliminated, since there is no concrete evidence or there's no concrete proposals in Congress right now to eliminate it. There's no proposals to delegate the funding and hundreds of responsibilities that the department has to other agencies, or to change any of the funding streams that the United States Department of Education manages. One thing that is important to note is that even if the United States Department of Education were to be broken into pieces and subsumed by other agencies, that doesn't mean that funding under things like Title I, IDEA, which is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or other critical funding streams would immediately or even definitely vanish. Just a historical perspective, prior to the creation of the U.S. Department of Education, Title I and IDA, and many other programs, they operated under another agency that was known as the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. And this department administered these grants at that time. And so the abolishment of the U.S. Department of Education would not necessitate the elimination of these programs like Title I or IDEA. These formulas could continue to be funded and administered through other agencies. And so when we think about this in this totality, what's most worrisome is whether or not that these would become block grants to the state, or voucherized, if that's a word, in any way, which are easier to cut in the long term, once they do become block grants or they're voucherized. But then even changing the underlying Title I formula would require, just to even begin that process of changing the Title I formula would require a huge and massive rewrite of the the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. And then with that, it brings up a host of other policy-related questions and issues around formula that would take months to negotiate. And so I just wanted to provide that update and some sense of ease to our school community here. Please know that we are watching. We are in constant communication with our partners at the Association, School Superintendents Association. I'm on calls frequently, just monitoring that. And so once I learn more, I definitely will share more. Next slide, and this is the final slide. As we approach the holiday season, I do want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you, everyone that plays a vital role in Durham Public Schools. Thank you for your commitment to our scholars. Whether you are a scholar striving for excellence, a teacher inspiring young minds, a staff member supporting our operations, or a family member partnering with us, you play an invaluable role in our collective success. There's certainly been a lot of holiday cheer around this district, a lot of dancing going on around this district, a lot of winter programs at schools, performances, spirit weeks, department holiday celebrations, and the generosity of the DPS Foundation, as I mentioned, offering that open tab at local establishments for our bus drivers. And so I will say this too, those that are willing to do more, or those that are willing to notice as well, can take an active role by also donating to our DPS School Foundation, and they will ensure that your donation goes to where you want it to go. And I'm asking for donations to continue to support our amazing bus drivers. It's certainly heartwarming to see our staff, students, and families all come together during this time, but also recognizing the vital role that schools play in terms of when school is out, and providing that the lack of consistency for our scholars. So we're certainly aware of that as well. And so I wish you and your loved ones a restful and joyous season. And may 2025 bring growth, transformation, and abundant opportunities for our DPS families. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Colleagues, We are now at the point in our agenda where it's time for agenda review and approval.
Move approval of the agenda as presented. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Ms. Chavez is joining us online, so we will do a roll call vote tonight. Thanks for being here, Ms. Chavez.
Greetings, everyone. I am Emily Chavez and I vote aye.
Mr. Tabb,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold-Goff, Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
I vote aye. The agenda passes unanimously. Next item for review is our monthly meeting minutes from November 21st, 2024.
Move approval of the minutes from November 21st, 2024.
Second,
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez, to approve the minutes from November 21st, 2024. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, well, sorry, Ms. Chavez,
this is Emily Chavez and I vote aye.
Mr. Tabb,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold-Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
I vote aye, and the minutes pass unanimously. Next item on our agenda is general public comment. Tonight, we have 43 people signed up to talk. So before we bring in those 43 speakers, I will do a quick review of the rules. We're asking everyone to state their name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 1 minute. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 30 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety or students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. We're doing 1 minute. The light will come on. You will have 30 seconds left. The yellow light will come on. You'll have 30 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep and it will indicate your time is up. I'm going to try to call names really quickly. We have Elin. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going to mess up names too. Elin J. Sankowski. Sorry. Izzy Riley, Katie McGonnell, Jocelyn Dawson, Larry Dixon, Lee Rodeo.
My name is Elin Jasonowski, and I'm ceding my time to Izzy Riley. I'm Izzy Riley, and I'm ceding my time to Katie McGonnell.
It's been a while, Katie McGonnell, since I've been here. My schedule hasn't allowed me this opportunity to speak. In my time off, my colleagues and I have had the opportunity to sit down with another board member. She got to see what our reality is. She was not impressed. She encouraged us to continue our advocacy. I've been tuning in during my sabbatical. I watched the specially called meeting the other 2 weeks ago. I was happy to see the first quarter of that was devoted to the transportation crisis. But I did, in fact, when the conversation shifted, turn it off. Dr. Lewis, I have to be completely honest with you. As a multifaceted stakeholder, I do not care about your strategic plan or your vision for Durham. What I care about as a parent of 2 DPS students, scholars, is how and will they be able to get to school for the remainder of the 24-25 school year and beyond. As we continue to grow together, next year we're opening up the secondary and the high schools, and you still can't get the elementary school students to school. What am I going to do as a teacher, elementary school, getting my kids back and forth? What I care about as a mom is the completion of Northern High School. It's been a year and a half, and we still have unfinished athletic fields. It was recently described in an article as a well-lit Costco warehouse or an airport hangar. As a taxpayer, I am irate that we are still talking about a $200 million new DSA when your $96 million new Durham is still unfinished. That makes me very angry. Why are there still pay discrepancies for our classified staff after we fought and won a historic budget? What I care about is your employee, is my integrity. You showcased our school and our tours have begun. Rest assured, future families don't see the empty middle school hallway lined with the furniture that should have been in our school, in our building, assembled not by volunteers, but by you in August. It's December 19th. We do not have one fully furnished or supplied classroom in out of the 11 that you opened this year. Not one. Not one. 2 certified Montessori teachers out of those 11. My integrity is on the line. What I care about is stopping the bleeding of these district self-inflicted wounds. What I care about is allowing time.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Good evening, I'm Jocelyn Dawson. I'm the PTA president at the Hope Valley Elementary School. And I'm here to speak about the proposed no bus zones. So we've been hearing from a number of our families that buses are essential to keeping them in the workforce. It's especially challenging for single mothers who rely on older siblings or babysitters to get their kids to school, to get their kids on the bus in the morning. During the rotational bus schedule, we've seen staff members have to walk children home because the parents weren't able to come and get them. We also have a real concern at our school about safety. We have 120 students within our half-mile group at our half-mile radius, and these students are going to be crossing both University Drive and Chapel Hill Road. So we would respectfully ask that you consider serving us with crossing guards for at least the 2 weeks, hopefully throughout the whole school year as we get accustomed to any potential changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Good evening. My name is Lee Rodeo, actually DPS product myself, class 2016. Good to see. I've had the pleasure of knowing many of you. It's good to be here this evening. I'm representing Mount Sylvan Methodist Church, specifically Reverend Kathy Wilkinson, and speaking to the imperative nature of extending master's pay to school social workers and educational support staff. Mount Sylvan, my home church, partners with 4 local Durham Public Schools, local schools that, for work that includes food aid, school supplies. This year alone provided Thanksgiving dinner for 16 families, Christmas gifts for 17 families, 57 students impacted there, and altogether has packed thousands of food backpacks for weekend food supplies for students since the beginning of the program in 2008. I don't say that to brag on my church. I say that to focus on the fact that none of that work would be possible if not for the work of school social workers. Thank you so much for what you do, and please consider that.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members. My name is Larry Dixon. I'm actually a school bus driver. I want to thank you for your kind comments, Mr. Superintendent. We do appreciate that so very much. But we, as bus drivers and monitors, we've been having a tough time on the school buses. Very, very tough time. Many of us are definitely considering walking away because of what we have to go through to drive that school bus. We go through a lot of mental, verbal abuse that is just not sustainable for us. We would love to meet with the superintendent. We would love the superintendent to meet with the drivers and monitors and let us give you a true perspective of what goes on these buses on a day-by-day basis that we have to deal with. I get to the point where I have to go home and take 2 Excedrin every time I get off the school bus and go home. Got a headache from having to deal with these students and the disrespect that we get on these buses. So please, meet with us so we can let you know exactly what's going on as you begin to try to figure out how you're going to get these buses back up and running. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Rebecca McDonald, Sarah Smith, Ann Fields, Marty Triggs.
Do I start? Dear Board of Education, I'm a parent of Henry, a kindergartner at
Can you
Creekside
bring that?
Elementary.
Can you bring the mic closer to your?
Is that better?
You can move it and adjust
Oh.
it also.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a parent of Henry, a kindergartner at Creekside Elementary School. I spoke here last month about the bus crisis, and I'm here today to express my gratitude for the improvements made so far to alleviate the bus crisis in the short term and to reiterate my request for finding sustainable long-term solutions. At Creekside Elementary School, the rotational bus schedule has immensely helped reducing the number of students that are absent or staying very, very late. Our school has been disproportionately impacted, and we really appreciate the equitable approach. Thank you also for continuing to prioritize exceptional students and those who are displaced from housing, the EC students and McKinney-Vento students. It is so important that they make it to school. I would like to ask for you to also consider prioritizing low-performing schools. They've worked really hard to put in place school improvement plans, but those will only work if students are present every day. For these schools, okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Hi, my name is Sarah Smith, and I have 2 children in 2 different DPS schools. I work every weekday.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
just a second. Ms. Smith, thank you. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Sarah Smith, and I have children in 2 different DPS schools. I work every weekday, and my husband is temporarily working in another state for the next year. So while I can make the current situation work for a few weeks, the new plan that includes express buses is just not feasible for me or for my family. As a working mom without local support, I'm at a loss of how I can make this work for my children. Durham streets are not walkable. My street does not have sidewalks or crossing guards like the town I grew up in. And you must know that not every street is safe in Durham for near every school. Durham parents have ordered their whole lives under the previous busing situation. What alternatives do you have for parents like me? Are you going to open school libraries after school for teens like mine whose parents cannot provide transportation during work hours? Will you provide more before and after care for elementary school students? What about the families without access to vehicles? The proposed plan will be a crisis for Durham families. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
I sincerely hope by now you all know who I am, though I did think about singing Adele's Hello, Can You Hear Me? I will spare you. This is as to the point as I could get. Apologize. Harm has been caused to families, staff, and the community. DPS and DOE needs to own that. Accountability. Where are the maps? Where are the maps? Why have I, as a parent who will likely be affected by a new policy in January, have not received any information, any notice, literally anything? Why have the maps not been shared? Like, could somebody seriously actually answer this question tonight? Trust. Board of Education, please stop saying that you trust DPS transportation to figure out the best solution. They have failed, you have failed. It is time to own that and stop talking and presenting slides and start listening to the solutions that we have literally been handing to you for months. Listen, the bus drivers are here tonight with their suggestions. While I don't know exactly what those are, I can almost guarantee they are better than any of the ones put forth by DPS Transportation.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Hi, I'm Marty Triggs. I'm the PTA Advocacy Chair for Hope Valley Elementary. Many children at our school do not have coats, pants, shoes, anything warm to walk to school. You're asking almost 120 students at our school, and many of those students come to school with broken Crocs, shoes too small or too big, no coats. And the PTA has been trying to do a coat and shoe drive, but we need more time to do that. Our school struggles with fundraising. Most of our fundraising from the PTA goes to feeding our children. And so while we try to keep a closet of items, we don't have enough. I also feel that this new plan directly conflicts with the DPS policy about recess. You don't allow children out for recess if it's below 40 or raining. So why are we asking these children to walk to school in this weather if they don't have the proper clothing? So at the very least, if this is going to happen, we ask that you help us provide the proper clothing and shoes for our students that you're asking to walk to school.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Norma Andrew, Millie Rosen, Ron Lipscomb, Rita, Nakia, Ron Smith.
Hello, mi nombre es Norma Andino. Soy madre de una niña de 4º grado y soy una de las fundadoras del grupo de WhatsApp de la escuela Hope Valley Elementary. Cuenta con 110 miembros y reciben información a través de este grupo. Hablo por el 40% de los niños hispanos de Hope Valley. La mayoría de ellos reciben almuerzo gratis y utilizan el bus para llegar a la escuela. Aquí algunos de los comentarios. Tengo 20 notas que los padres enviaron a ustedes, pero les leeré una. Soy madre soltera y no tengo coche. Necesito el servicio de bus. No tengo quien me recoja a mi hija, ya que trabajo. Mi hija es de tercer grado y mi nombre es Marta Abreu González. Tengo otro. Se los envío.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Hello, my name is Norma Andino, and I am one of the parents that are responsible for the WhatsApp group on Hope Valley, Hope Valley Elementary. This group actually right now is having 110 parents, and they are receiving information about the schools in this group. I am speaking for the 40% of the Hispanic students. Most of them receive free lunch and travel in the bus. With me right now, I have 20 notes that parents sent me, parents that couldn't be here. I'm going to be reading one of them. I am a single parent, a single mother. I have a student that is in 3rd grade. I need the service of the bus because I need my daughter to be picked up because I work and I cannot go take her. My daughter again is in 3rd grade. My name is Marta Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Hi, Millie Rosen, 7th grade math at DSA. I'm ceding my time to Ron.
My name is Ron. I'm a bus driver. I'm conceding my time to Aretha.
Good evening. My name is Retha Daniel Ruth, and I'm a veteran driver at Durham Public Schools. I've been here over 38 years in a position as an IA and as a bus driver for 31. I'm here to speak today on the transportation crisis. It's really terrible. I've seen a lot of stuff, but it's really bad now. And one thing I want to talk about now is that rotation plan is not working. As you see, there are a lot of kids that are getting left out. Also, when they started doing the rotation plan, our supervisors stopped driving. They need to be driving along with us because sometimes we've got people sitting out in the cars waiting to start a route, and the supervisors are saying, just wait until we call you. And they may be waiting for hours, or they may not even drive anything at all. So it is not working. Also, I'm devastated and I'm angry because I care about my kids. It doesn't matter what socioeconomic situation they're from, they all deserve a ride every day to school, not just when the 4 days and then you figure it out the 5th day. That is not good. Also, the solution here is worker voice. We need to listen to us, don't make decisions and then come to us as like a protocol and say, okay, we'll talk to you now, but we've already decided what we're going to do. Also, our demands for right now, we want to keep supervisors driving while we're in crisis. We want to fix our route efficiency. We want to include transportation staff and bonus pay opportunities. We want to provide a clear and transparent system for rotation for extra duties so that it doesn't appear as favoritism. We also want to give transportation workers an access to schools. Some of us are out there dancing around, hoping we don't wet our clothes, but we cannot get into school. We've been driving for 2 and 3 hours already. Please let us feel like human beings and treat us as such. Also, as a proud union member, I want us to have a real meet and confer. I don't need to meet with my coworkers. I need to meet with the management. I need to meet with the people who can make a difference. As you can see, my constituents also feel that way. We need to meet with you all. You all make the difference. We have solutions. We have real solutions. We can give you what we have, but don't make a decision and then come to us and tell us, oh, we thank you for what you said, but this is what we're going to do. All right, we want to start in the beginning phases. Also, we're standing here to call on the Board of Education to do the right thing and listen to the employees.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Ron Smith, ceding my time to Nisha Watson.
Okay. Is there a Nakia? Are you Nakia?
I'm here.
Come on up. Nakia's next, and then it was Ron Smith and Nisha Watson. But I didn't call Ron Smith or Nisha Watson yet. Go right ahead.
My name is Nakia Street, and I'm ceding my time to Nisha Watson now.
Okay. Nisha Watson, Cora Tucker. Can y'all come on in? Shamika Graves, Tashina Clay, Ebony Leak, Katie Canty.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nisha Watson, and I am a teacher in DPS. I'm a bus driver. I'm a product of the city and county schools. I am DPS. As a current educator at Eastway Elementary, I can see firsthand how inconsistency in transportation is negatively affecting our students academically and socially. How can we fix this? My students often come up to me and say, Coach Watson, can't you just drive for us? Coach Watson, I missed your class today. A good friend of mine said, Deacon McNair, he said, you're not anybody if you can't drive a school bus. I never understood what he meant until now. Good drivers and monitors set the tone for how students begin their day. Reliable and efficient and safe transportation impacts the entire educational process in so many ways. How can we help? Call on us. We're capable, we're reliable, we can get the job done. Call on us. Some of our students are missing school. Some of our students are being left home alone. We are DPS, we can do this. I believe, just as you do believe, that transportation is a priority, but we gotta make it a reality. How can we solve these school bus woes? By passing meet and confer with the explicit caveat of collaborating with those on the ground, the drivers, the monitors, and the teachers to rid this district of this culture of and spirit of intimidation, retaliation, and blame. Let me be clear, drivers are not to blame for these school bus woes. It's been building over years. We all know there's a hierarchy between leadership and staff, and we respect that. But we all have to be accountable and included in decision-making. As a bus driver of 3 years, these drivers have welcomed me with open arms, and I really appreciate that. But how can we help? Over 100 transportation drivers, workers, signed this petition. Help us before anybody else wants to leave this district, because our students need us, the children need us. As a 26-year veteran, they need us. at a low performing school, they need us. They can't miss days. We know this. Y'all know this. We preaching to the choir, but we really need y'all to pass this meet and confer. We need to invest in our students. It pays great dividends as a student and as a child of this city. Thank you. Thank you. We are ready, willing, and capable, and we need your help. Help us help you. Help us help each other. Who got my back?
Thank you.
My name is Cora Tucker. I have a lot to say, but I lost my voice and I concede my time to Shamika Gray. Thank you.
Hello. Can y'all hear me? All right, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. My name is Shamika Graves. I've been with Durham Public Schools for 11 years. So being that I only have 2 minutes, I'm just gonna cut straight to the point. I feel like that there is a lack of respect for the transportation department as a whole. And the reason why I say this is because it's a lack of respect for our worth. If we was respected based on our worth, we wouldn't have to sign a petition to ask supervisors to keep driving. We wouldn't have to ask you all to help fix route efficiencies because we will already be included in the decision. We wouldn't have to be asked to be included in bonus pay because we will already be considered because you all will value our worth. We wouldn't have to ask you to end favoritism that's dividing us as co-workers and pitting us against each other because you all will be respecting our worth. We would not, excuse me, my phone went dead. Sorry. We would not have to ask for access to get into a school, something so simple, to use the bathroom because you will respect our work. I look at my department and who I work for as the foundation of the school. We are the first people those kids see in the morning, and we are the last person those kids see when they get off the bus. When we take our kids to school and drop them off, we can tell you everything that's wrong with each single child on that bus. They not feeling good, they got a headache, they had a bad day, they ain't eat. We can tell you everything about our kids. I just ask that you all get it together and come and meet us before you no longer have the transportation department that you have now.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Good afternoon. My name is Tashina Clay, and I'm with the Southwest Division. I am a safety assistant, and I can see my time to my coworker, Ebony Leak.
Hi, my name is Ebony Leak, and I'm a proud member of DAE. I also work for Southwest Transportation Department. I have been a bus monitor for them for going on 3 years, and I work very hard for them. I have built a bond not only with my kids that ride my bus, whether they knew of and working with them since I've started. I have built a bond with their parents, their teachers. There is an open line of communication. We are extremely exhausted to the T. I'm here sick today to speak on behalf, not only because I work for them, because I also am a parent. My son also suffers from school rotation of this bus. It is hard for me as a mother to make sure he gets to school by 9:15 at Hillside High School. I can't put him on the bus because they're shooting right there at the school. There's fighting at the school. There was just a fight with 10 girls at Hillside, and you want me to figure out how to get him? My son ain't never rode the city bus. It is hard working for y'all and being a parent. It is a struggle every single day. Hard. If y'all can't see the value of the team that y'all have, what is the point of us being here? What is the point? We get devalued by schools. We get devalued by y'all. We get devalued by the parents and the students. Where that makes sense at? We can't take it all the way around. The pay that we get ain't even worth it. It's not worth it, but I stay because I love my kids. I love their parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Katie Canty, Lillian Clay, Brittany Frost, Rita Rakestraw, Tashira Smith.
My name is Katie Canty. I'm a proud member of DAE, and I cede my time to Lillian Shea.
Me llamo Lailín y soy una madre de 2 niños que se graduaron en DPS y un niño que es junior en Southern High School. Estoy aquí para explicar el impacto de la crisis de transportación y para respaldar a los trabajadores de sus demandas para tener una voz y ser parte de la solución. Desde que empezó el servicio rotativo de autobuses, no solo no he tenido autobús los lunes, sino tampoco he tenido los buses los viernes. No he recibido ninguna comunicación sobre los viernes y por eso mi hijo ha faltado a la escuela los 2 últimos viernes. Incluso si supiera de antemano que habría un segundo día en el que tendría que llevar a mi hijo a la escuela, hay un límite en la cantidad de días que puedo llegar al trabajo 3 horas más tarde. Antes no puedo pagar el alquiler de que me echen del trabajo. La triste realidad es que a mí y a muchos otros padres se nos pide que tomemos decisiones imposibles entre llevar a nuestros hijos a la escuela o tener un techo sobre nuestra cabeza y poner comida en la mesa. Además de esto, desde el comienzo de la rotación han habido situaciones en que los estudiantes fueron dejados en el frío y oscuro, esperando un bus que nunca vino. Esto pasó a mi hijo y gracias a Dios este día Canty estaba allí para que abriera la puerta y pudiera entrar. Y si Canty no hubiese estado ahí en la escuela para que le abriera la puerta, ¿qué pasaría con mi hijo que estuviera ahí afuera? Y nadie de los buses vino y llamó y me dijo, oh, no va a pasar el bus. A mi hijo no le va bien en matemáticas porque es su primera clase y llega tarde todos los días debido a los problemas de transporte. Esto afecta a su GPA y a su futuro. Me preocupa lo que sucederá si no solucionamos este problema, que muchos niños no podrán graduarse, que tendrán muchas menos oportunidades en el futuro. Cuando los niños no se concentran en la escuela, se meten en problemas.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lillian. I'm the mother of 2 kids that graduated DPS, and I am also the mother of a student that is a junior in Southern. I am here to explain the impact of the crisis on transportation that we are having right now and how we can work with the workers and the drivers and work with what they are demanding so they can have a voice and be part of the solution. Since the rotation on the buses started, not only I have not been having a bus on Mondays, but also the bus has not been showing up on Fridays. I have not received any communication about Fridays. That's why my son has been missing school the last 2 Fridays. Even if I knew ahead of time that there's a second day that I have to take my son to school, there's a limit in the quantity of days that I can be late in my job because that's 3 hours. If I keep doing that, I'm not going to be able to pay the rent and they are going to kick me out of my job. The sad reality is that for me and a lot of other parents, you are asking us to take decisions that are impossible. It's between taking our kids to school or to have a roof over our heads or have food on our table. Also, since this rotation started, there has been situations in which the students were left outside in the dark and the cold, waiting for a bus that never came. That happened to my son. And thank to God, Canty was there that day. If she hadn't been that day in there, nobody could have been there to open the door for my son. And I never received a message to let me know that the bus was not going to come. My son is not doing good in math, and that's his first period. He has been getting late in there because all the transportation issues. This is affecting his GPA and his future. I am worried of what's going to happen if we don't give a solution to this problem. I know that a lot of kids are not going to be able to graduate and they are going to have less opportunities in the future. When the kids are not paying attention in the school, then there is trouble.
Thank you.
My name is Brittany Frost. I'm a Durham Public Schools social worker and a DAE member, and I cede my time to Rita Rakestraw.
Hi, my name is Rita Rakestraw. I'm a school social worker and a proud DAE member, and I cede my time to Tashira Smith.
Hi, I'm Tashira Smith, a DPS parent, of two children at Forest View, and I'm a proud USSW worker leader. I'm here concerned, standing in solidarity with DAE for the second time, transportation workers fighting for their voice to be heard and their demands to be met. I'm a single mother, a service worker, and I don't have a car. On Friday, which is my rotational day, I can either pay $15 each way for Uber or Lyft to get my kids to school, or I can choose to leave them at home with my mother who has PTSD to homeschool them. I have to go to work on some Fridays because I can't afford to spend that money every week. I already have to pay for Ubers 3 days. I have already paid for Ubers 3 days out of the last month. That's cutting into Christmas gifts that I had planned for my kids. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that I should have to make that sacrifice. I don't think it's fair that my kids are missing school because my daughter, causing my daughter to cry because me giving her busy work at home is not the same as her seeing her friends and teachers at school. I don't think it's fair that when I dropped my kids off at the bus stop on Tuesday, a little boy had to cry because he was forced to get off the bus because 4 kids was to a seat and there was no room for him to sit. I don't think it's fair that transportation workers are underpaid, undervalued, and disrespected. I think if the driver that I had originally would have stayed and felt valued, heard, and appreciated, maybe she would still be here today. Staff retention is the solution, and to do that, we have to listen to what the staff need. Give the transportation workers access to schools, bathrooms for their break during their shift. Give them bonus pay opportunities. You stated during the PowerPoint presentation that they were open to this as an option. Let's get it done. Cap their routes at 3 routes per worker. Offer each worker the opportunity to pick up additional routes with 1 hour per bonus per pay for each additional route to compensate for the stress of running multiple routes. You as leaders of DPS have a choice to either continue with the broken status quo, and every year more families will leave DPS and send their school kids to charter schools and private schools, or you can listen to the majority of transportation workers. Take action on their petition demands and pass DAE meet and confer policy now. Education and transportation workers being at the table across from management, discussing issues is DPS gives us parents a sense of relief. When we can send our children to school each day and be confident knowing that they are getting the education that they deserve. The transportation workers and bus drivers and monitors are getting them to school without any hurt, harm, or danger, and that we can go to school or go to work with a sense of relief that knowing our children are getting the proper education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Lakshmi Prem Kumar, JB Hallen, Megan Stillwagon, Amanda Sale, Ryder Sammons, Anna Benfield.
Good evening. My name is Lakshmi Prem Kumar. I work at Forest View Elementary, and I cede my time to JB Hallen.
Good evening, Dr. Lewis and members of the board. My name is JB Hallen. I'm the school social worker at Carrington Middle School. It's good to see many of y'all this past Saturday at that Durham County parade. So thank y'all for being out and representing us. DPS is right now at risk of losing 30% of our school social workers mid-year. And honestly, after hearing so much of what bus drivers are saying too, I'm honestly afraid we're going to be losing a lot of bus drivers too if something doesn't change quickly. In regards to the issue of school social workers and other instructional support staff who were promised master's pay and have now been excluded, I'm sticking to my words and that I'm going to keep fighting for this until this is passed for this school year. I know that DPS is already over budget by more than $1 million for the master's promise, but it honestly, y'all, feels like DPS is punishing school social workers and making school social workers and other instructional support staff pay the consequences for the mistakes that have been made at upper management. I know at the last board meeting on December 2nd, you told us that you support us, but I'm going to be completely honest. I don't believe that. Words only go so far. You have to back up your words with action. On the November 21st board meeting, when you were all discussing the master's pay issue, Dr. Lewis, you clearly said, we will deliver when talking about the master's pay issue. You stated that you only needed 4 days to get a resolution. Respectfully, sir, it's already been 17 working days, and there has been no clear answers or solutions. We're looking to you to fulfill this promise for this school year. And while I'm up here speaking, I just want to shout out, coworkers in the transportation department too. I ask you, please listen to them and meet their demands. They, similarly to school social workers, serve some of our most disadvantaged students. So just meet their demands too. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Good evening. My name is Megan Stillwagon. I'm a DPS school social worker. First, I want to elevate the voices of our transportation workers. They have faced mounting challenges. Reliable transportation isn't just a logistical issue, it's an equity issue. Transportation workers have already shared solutions to these problems. Listen to them. Now, master's pay. The projections shared at the December 2nd board meeting regarding master's pay were exaggerated and served as a scare tactic disguised as financial stewardship. An impossible scenario was presented in which every eligible employee would earn their degree this year. Why can HR still not provide an exact count of those excluded from master's pay? This lack of basic follow-through is unacceptable. We don't need apologies. Apologies don't retain staff. They don't provide the pay or support that workers need and deserve. What we need now is action. The adoption of the DAE's meet and confer policy would be a major step forward. We are the experts in our own work. To truly serve our students, we must invest in the staff and listen to our union. Words of sympathy and regret won't solve these issues, only decisive action will. Thank you.
My name is Amanda Sale, and I'm a school social worker. I'm speaking again today to remind you what is at stake and urge you to take action for us, our transportation workers, and to pass the DAE meet and confer policy. DPS is dealing with many critical situations, and while solutions take time, the delays and setbacks are causing the crises to grow and the trust to erode. As support staff left out of master's pay, we're asking you to consider the impact of these broken promises. How would you feel if your job promised you pay, and then not once, not twice, but 3 times or more took that back? Would you feel valued? And while we struggle with feeling disrespected, we continue to show up for our students. This year alone, my 2 schools have conducted 17 suicide safety assessments, and I work with elementary students. Our students are struggling. We are also addressing record rates of chronic absenteeism, and that is further complicated by the transportation issue. Transportation staff have provided solutions and suggestions. It's time for the people in power to listen to the real experts, our coworkers on the ground doing the work every day. This further highlights the importance of a meet and confer policy that allows workers to have a voice and a seat at the table with district leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
My name is Ryder Salmons. I'm an AP Environmental Science teacher at City of Medicine Academy, and I cede my time to Anna.
My name is Anna Benfield, and I'm a DPS occupational therapist, parent, and DAE board member, currently serving as the EC director. For students with disabilities, consistent school attendance is foundational to their ability to move through school routines and make progress towards their academic and functional goals. For a full month this fall, I had a kindergarten student in a developmental needs classroom who didn't come to school a single day because her bus wasn't running. This is egregious, and it's a violation of her legal right to a free and appropriate public education. I'm glad that EC buses have now been prioritized, but lasting damage has been done, and most EC students don't ride EC buses. They ride gen ed buses. Top-down solutions aren't working. How do we fix the transportation crisis? Listen and act. When transportation workers tell us what they need, they know best what will work. And we stand shoulder to shoulder, demanding a real seat at the table through the DAE-endorsed meet and confer policy. This is the long-term fix, not only to this crisis, it's the way that we avoid the next pay debacle, the next EC lawsuit, the next wave of resignations. EC providers are creative, tenacious, fierce advocates for our students. Why are administrators so bent on keeping us powerless? Just like our union siblings on the buses, EC workers also have great ideas about how to make our district stronger and to serve our students better. The off-ramp from crisis to stability requires a new way of doing business, a proactive approach to collaborative problem solving. No more roundtables, no more listening sessions. Pass the union meet and confer policy that puts worker representatives across the table from district administrators. This version of worker voice makes real change possible, which is why
Thank
DPS
you. Thank you. Lori Model, Francisco J. Doles, Leah Earlbaum, Micah Hunter Tweetmeyer, Girja Mahajan, Aiden Mendoza Maya.
Hello, my name is Lori Model. I'm from Northern High School. I'm a DAE member, and I'm ceding my time to Francisco J. Doles.
Good evening. My name is Francisco J. Doles. I teach physical education at Pearsontown Elementary, and I'm a proud member of the Durham Association of Educators. I have been a DPS teacher for 2 years, and I previously taught in Florida for 10 years. Let's face it, the current top-down solutions to this transportation crisis are not working. Some students may not get to school on days when their bus is not running, causing them to miss valuable instructional time and perhaps even the only meals they would get on any given day. In addition, the stress being placed on our transportation coworkers is unnecessary, unfair, disrespectful, and avoidable. For months, we have heard and seen it all from both the board and DPS admins about how much they hear us and how much they value our opinions and voices. To be clear, hearing us and valuing our voices does not equate to a real path forward, nor does it get us any closer to a policy that requires district admin to meet with us as a union and solve problems together. Allowing just anyone, a DPS worker, for example, to be appointed to the superintendent to be on his team would create a conflict of interest, and it is highly unethical as it would pit workers against other workers. It is way past the time to ask for this board to listen or hear our voices. It is time for this board to act and side with the thousands of workers and community members who are completely invested in our schools. If you choose not to act and to not provide reliable transportation for students and to not protect workers, then you will continue to see a mass exodus of highly qualified workers, and you will once again experience disruption and very clear, precise, loud, and palpable opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Leah Earlbaum, I cede my time to Micah Tweetmeyer.
Good evening. My name is Micah Tweetmeyer, Riverside Science Educator of 16 years and now President of DAE, our public school staff union. It has been 11 months and we are still waiting. We've presented our case to the board, participated in meetings, and compromised wherever possible, but we will not compromise on union rights or the definition of meet and confer. The board now faces a choice between our union's version of the policy and the administration's, which lacks worker voice and accountability. Our policy fosters collective worker voice by enabling democratic organizations like ours to send representatives to problem solve with district administration. This is the standard practice for unions nationwide. To oppose this is to oppose the very essence of unions and worker rights. Dr. Lewis's version undermines union principles and allows the superintendent to select non-union and non-administrative employees to represent the district, which is not how meet and confer operates anywhere else. This not only pits workers against each other, but also encourages favoritism and undermines worker democracy. The superintendent already has numerous ways to gather individual input. Our version would not diminish individual workers' voices. There is not a single genuine reason why Dr. Lewis cannot collaborate with unionized workers through meet and confer and individual employees through other channels. We have a solidarity letter that was sent to the board and Dr. Lewis today that was signed by over 40 labor leaders from around the country calling out this policy as union busting. It was signed by presidents and officers from education unions like Chicago Teachers Union and the Lawrence, Kansas Education Association. It's time to demonstrate your progressive values by passing a real meet and confer policy and collaborating with us.
Happy holidays. You can leave it with our clerk. Thank you.
My name is Gurja Mahajan, and I have 2 kids at DPS. We are now in our 4th month of the DPS transportation crisis. Much like the spring 2024 classified staff payroll crisis, where staff were forced to accept reduced pay, today families are being asked to accept increasingly reduced transportation services. These poorly constructed policies and even worse implementation efforts must stop. DPS students and staff deserve better. And let me tell you, more and more DPS parents and Durham voters are asking if these are some of the board members who have gotten us into this mess time and time again, how can they possibly be the ones to guide us out of it?
Thank you. Happy holidays. Aiden Mendoza, Maya. Yeseni Munguia, Wendy Pinto, Sesha Matutu.
Good evening. My name is Aiden Mendoza Maya, a student at Durham School of the Arts and a leader from Sunrise at Durham School of the Arts. I'd like to start off by thanking Joy and Jessica for attending our visioning session and thanking Melissa and Natalie for meeting with us. Transportation is a critical part of students' everyday lives and are how many students are able to attend school and go home every school day. That's why we've decided to add clean transportation for all students as a pillar of our resolutions. Right now, transportation challenges are creating significant barriers. During the first week of school, I personally experienced this. I had to wait 2 hours outside in the sun every day in 90-degree heat or higher, and I know I'm not alone. Some students have missed multiple days of school because buses aren't showing up or hours late. Others are stuck waiting outside for hours just to get home because they have no means of transportation. This isn't just about inconvenience, it's about equity, safety, and access to education. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Mi nombre es Cecia Matute. Vengo representando a las escuelas Hawk Valley. Soy madre soltera y vengo a representar a la familia latina. Vengo a abogar por los problemas que tenemos con el autobús. Como lo acaban de decir, hay un 70% que usan el autobús y dentro de ese 70% hay más de un 20% que van a salir afectados con el problema del autobús. Solo queremos buscar una solución. Yo soy madre soltera, trabajo de 7 de la mañana a 5:30 de la tarde y a mí me afectaría. Y creo que no solo las madres solteras, sino todas las madres y todas las razas que están acudiendo a las escuelas. Y buscamos una solución no solo porque los niños también corren riesgo de que vayan a caminar. Mi niña vive cerca de la escuela, es cierto, pero en el transcurso de la escuela a la casa, la niña puede correr riesgo y bajo estas temperaturas mucho más. Muchas gracias.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Cecia Matute. I'm a parent from Hope Valley Elementary. I am here to talk about transportation. As we know, about 70% of the students in Hope Valley need transportation, and more than 20% of these students are going to be affected if we keep doing the transportation like it is right now. I think we need to look for a solution. For example, I am a single mother. I work from 7 a.m. to 5:30, so it is impossible for me to do certain things. And I think this is not difficult only for like single parents, but for everybody. I think that we need to look for a solution. In my case, I live close to the school, but regardless of that, my child is at risk of walking outside, and especially with these temperatures. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashante Scarlett, David Klein. Is Wendy Pinto here? Yasani McQueen. Ashante Scarlett. David Klein. No.
Hello, everybody. David Klein. I have no prepared remarks tonight. Somebody signed me in, but I'm happy to cede the time back. And to be frank, there's nothing I could really add that's more powerful or data-driven than what's been shared already. So cede the time back. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes general public comment. Okay.
Hello, I'm Christy Clem, physical therapist. Haven't been here in a couple months. Tried to take a mental health break from this, hoping there would be some positive news. Yep, got my hair cut. Unfortunately, I don't feel like I'm coming back to positive news. Heard social workers say they're waiting 17 days for an answer. Classified staff has been waiting 11 months for an answer. That's from the EC supplement being implemented poorly, not getting any answers about those that are left out, what's going to happen with that. Our current pay scales that are posted for the higher end of OTPT, those reflect a 2017-18 pay. With that posted, I'm not going to get a raise for several years. Still no information from the September meetings on what that's going to be like. I have heard Dr. Lewis say that's not his goal. We're going to increase every year by what, pennies? Transportation, they didn't ask for a cup of coffee. They asked for the 5 things on their petition. If you want to show that you value and respect them, don't window dress it with coffee. Ask them what they need.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Quentin Hedden, Riverside High School, IDMO, ECIA, OCSIA. What more can be said? My champions have come to you once again, asking for you to listen to them. I have taken a back seat, hoping that changes could be made, hoping that you will finally listen to the very hardworking men and women who are standing steadfast every single day to make this school system the best that it can be. But yet, I keep hearing there's no movement. I keep hearing changes are not being made adequately. And then I hear my students cry, my EC kids crying, because adapting to change doesn't come naturally, and it doesn't really go well with them. Note, y'all said in the policy that these bus changes and these route changes would not affect EC. I come to inform you, you have sadly mistaken. Adapt to the DAE, meet and confer, and give the bus drivers the attention they need at this moment.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Colleagues, that concludes public comment. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda items.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Carter Otten, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff, to approve the consent agenda items. Is there any discussion? Ms. Chavez?
This is Emily Chavez, and I vote aye.
Mr. Tabb?
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff?
Aye.
Ms. Umstead?
Aye.
And I vote aye. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a transportation update. Dr. Webb?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Lewis, and board members, all in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again tonight. I will invite Mr. Matthew Palmer to come up and provide you with updates since we met last, some updates. And we come prepared tonight to request a motion. So I'll ask Mr. Palmer to outline those, and then we will field your questions. So thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Dr. Webb. Good evening, Chair Rogers, Superintendent Lewis, members of the board. It's nice to be with you this evening. In addition to those Team members in the room with us this evening. In addition, we have Director Harris, who is available remotely. I would ask if we could check with Ms. Smith, make sure that Director Harris has audio connectivity. Joe, can you hear us?
Good evening. Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. So with that, Dr. Lewis, would you like us to begin? Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, good evening, board. We're here with a follow-up to our presentation from December 2nd. We want to give you additional information as requested. We looked through, we've been working hard this last few weeks to bring additional updates to you. And with that, we will go to the next slide. Thank you. Overall, as we look at our transportation issues, we have worked with administration to identify 3 phases for response. The first one is the rotational coverage, which we are currently running and have been running since December 2nd. Talk a little bit about that and provide an update there. In addition to that, for phase 2, as we look to come back from the new year and into January, our opportunities to enhance service through balancing the overall number of routes that we're carrying in alignment with our staffing. That would include a review of our family responsibility zone recommendations with the board, as well as express stop opportunities for the administration. We do have ridership updates as well. And then for phase 3, and importantly, the long-term investment in our transportation workforce. That is the holy grail as far as where we're trying to go in our efforts beyond the immediacy of managing the resources that we have. Next slide, please. And so I want to lead with that, and I want to provide the community, the administration, and the board an update as far as where we are with our intentionality to bolster and grow our transportation bus driver workforce. For the past year, DPS Transportation has been working to recruit new bus drivers to join our workforce. We have learned a lot through that journey, working not only with our existing staff, but also other transportation professionals in the transportation sector. As an industry, transportation is struggling with workforce, particularly through COVID. For example, in the trucking and truck driving industry, there's a 90% annual turnover rate just alone in that industry. What we understand through that process is that we cannot hope that it rains. We cannot hope that people choose to simply drive a bus. We have to be intentional. So with that, we've reviewed the process that it takes to become a bus driver. I'll share a little bit of that on the next couple of slides. In addition to that, what it takes cross-functionally, not only from transportation, but from the school system and the community around leadership and accountability for workforce development. We've heard this evening and historically about employee value proposition. Question was asked, why would folks want to drive a bus with us? And again, we stand firmly in the belief that this is one of the best jobs in America, if not the world. Getting students to school, we heard earlier, even from our own students, around access to education, equity, and safety. That is what bus drivers do. That is why they're so crucial. When they open the door to opportunity for students. Agility, and that includes responsiveness. We continue to work through that. You'll see some of our updates this evening. And so with that, let's go to the next slide. The 5-stage process, but really 32 steps to becoming a bus driver. And the first step is important, a willingness and a desire to drive a school bus. It's raising a hand and saying, I'm interested. That can occur through submitting an application on the DPS website, but we also have now, just as of September 1st, the very first 2 recruitment and training specialists in North Carolina that focus on bus driver development. We'll talk about the early yields of their effort. Connecting with our RTCs, connecting through our online application portal is a great way for us to ensure that we know you're interested in driving a bus. Secondly, once that interest is expressed, we have to do our work to ensure that candidates are eligible to drive a bus. That includes what we call CRC background checks in conjunction with human resources. as well as a review of driving records to ensure that candidates are eligible to drive a bus with children on. Third, once we've cleared those initial gates, the interest and the process for background checks for eligibility, then we talk about a 4-day instructional class. Those are folks that are working with NCDMV. We seat those positions in coordination with DMV, and taking that 4-day class culminates in a test. In addition, we call it a UDS, a urine diagnostic screening, as well as a NCDOT physical to ensure that candidates have taken the initial CDL class, they are eligible to drive, and they are eligible to drive not only from their understanding of what it takes to drive, but also physically as well. Once we get through that third stage, we'll talk about the fourth one. The candidate is now holding a CDL permit for 14 days. However, they must do the behind the wheel and road skills testing. That is a hard one. That is where much of our bottleneck in conjunction with DMV's other staffing shortages resides. Talk a little bit about that on the next slide. The fifth stage, and this is the graduation stage, our onboarding and route assignment. So with that, let me go to the next slide and review where we've come so far. These lines in stages 1 through 5 are additive. So each of these lines is an individual set number of Durham community leaders and residents, concerned folks that want to help, just as many of us do tonight. We have 160 folks that are in the candidate pool. Those are folks that have either applied to Durham Public Schools or connected with our RTCs to ensure that we are aware they want to get into that class. They want to go through the background and criminal checks, the driver's license reviews. In addition to the 160, we have 37 folks that are right now waiting to get into class. They're eligible. We've done their CRC background review, and we've done their DMV driver clearance. That right there is 197 candidates between interested and waiting to get into class. In addition, we have 7 folks that are taking their DMV class in either December or January. Those are the 2 months, 3 in December, 4 in January, 7 total that'll be coming with us shortly here once we get them into class. They have to go through the class and pass the test and the physical requirements that go with that on the screening level. In addition to that, we have another 8 candidates that are through those gates and are now really waiting to get into the DMV road skills class, which is a 4-day class, as well as the final ultimate passage of that process. Just last week, we graduated 2 of our own bus drivers through this process that have joined us. One's a full-time driver, one's a part-time driver. And since September, we've graduated 12 bus drivers through this process, just in the last few months. Again, our RTCs started September 1st. So they have been hard at work looking at this overall pathway. Okay, next slide, please. We wanted to talk a little bit about phase 1 and where we are with our rotational coverage. Next slide, thank you. Rotational coverage is a shared solution for all. It is a very short-term Band-Aid and patch as we look to address the medium and long-term phases 2 and 3 issues. We can't take our eye off that long-term fix, as we talked about in the earlier slides with regards to bus driver recruitment and development. It's a shared solution for all 4 days a week of coverage with 1 alternating day. I should add that we are now carrying all EC designated bus routes as well as Lowe's Grove Middle School bus routes on a daily basis, all 5 days. And our McKinney-Vento scholars are receiving support through our van services for shuttle service direct from transportation. I want to thank the Office of Public Affairs for the communication with families. We can never be 100%, but we can do everything possible to make sure notifications and information is going out. And again, we recognize that this is all of us working together to get as many students to school as we can on a daily basis. Next slide, please. There are some successes, but there is absolutely room for growth with rotational coverage. Let me share that the last 2 weeks we've carried all of our routes. Having said that, that is carrying the routes. That is not talking about timeliness of service, and we recognize there are still challenges there as well. We're working with our principals on communication and coordination on a daily level Again, we've talked about procedures for communication not only with families, but also with schools. Many families will contact the school first to ensure what we know. And the better that we are working together between transportation and the school leadership, the more families will have accurate information. The third part here about bus drivers coming to work on a daily basis, we've mapped out the first 2 weeks of rotational coverage. You can see there the by-day call-out rates as far as those are daily call-out rates. We're averaging around 11 a day. In addition to that, we have a total of 10 drivers that are on either medical leave or workers' comp. So when you put those two numbers together, we're averaging on a daily basis 21 drivers. Rotational coverage affords us the ability to have a grace of 25. So on some days, we may have 1, 2, 3, or 4 drivers that are not aligned to a route. And on those days, those drivers we are working with to identify as, in those moments, safety assistants riding along with other drivers. Next slide, please. In regards to updates for ridership and routing, 3 points of information to bring to you all. We have worked with our school leaders on family responsibility zones. I personally have driven every one of these streets and intersections to review where we are, what we're looking at, what are the considerations. In feedback with principals and in our own safety reviews, we've made adjustments at 5 schools. That has reduced the overall impact or number of rider requests saved from we had roughly 1,000 before. We are less than that now. In addition, that local context, I know there are questions from school leaders and families of how can they help? How can they get involved? We're positioned to work with school leaders on disseminating best practices on a variety of options, from carpooling, walking school buses, and bicycle trains and beyond. We cannot singularly lead that. We can be a team working together with school leaders and school communities to identify best resources and practices along that to ensure that there is a plan at a localized level. With regards to express bus stops for secondary magnet schools, we have integrated that within our routing system. We've looked at what are the implications for that. We are currently today, and I mean today, within the last hour, Ms. Fullwood is here with me tonight as well. We have integrated that into our modeling and our existing route packages. Happy to share that the direct impact is 8 routes, and there are additional improvements that will be available, particularly for high schoolers in that 3rd tier, the 9:15 start time. What that does is it frees up those drivers to be able to service the tiers before or after an express bus stop at the middle 2nd tier. So we're seeing increases in benefits as we've integrated our express stop service. And lastly, with regards to ridership and routing analysis, actually, since we met last, we've seen an increase in the overall number of rider requests by nearly 200. Again, those come in on a daily basis. So as we are looking to manage ridership, we still every day receive 50 new rider requests of a variety of forms. Everything from a family new to Durham to a family moving within Durham. We integrate those updates into our overall riding package, but we are now coming back up right about 19,800 rider requests in the district. Next slide, please. So in summary, with regards to the family responsibility zones, again, those are established at a district level. I did want to highlight the importance of establishing family responsibility zones versus implementing family responsibility zones. We see that as an opportunity for the board to establish and staff to work with local leadership on the implementation side, saving up to 20 bus routes there. In addition, for express stop service for our secondary programs, we have here saving 7 routes as our analysis came off the press today. We're continuing to work that. Again, I want to lift up our TIMS ridership routing team. We have 3 TIMS routers, as well as Miss Annie Fullwood, who supervises them. They are truly working around the clock and through the weekends. You know, we're coming up to the holiday season, but these folks don't take time off. They are here to get the problem fixed. So in summary, we have benchmarked. One of the things that we learn from our rotational coverage is there is I don't want to even say a magic number, but there is a target as far as with rotational coverage, that's 25 routes a day. We have on one day, and actually if we could go back just for a second to slide 8, I wanted to highlight that. Look the other way. You could go back a few more slides. There we go. That's the one. You'll see on Wednesday, December 11th, if you add up the additional drivers on medical leave and workers' comp, as well as those that called out that day, that's 26. We have a grace window up to 25, and once we cross that threshold, we're now pulling folks off of the phones and out of our positions that run the transportation department. What that means is that what we've learned through rotational coverage, when we get 25 routes covered, we are able to run our routes. On days when more people come to work, there will be an opportunity to bring those folks onto routes and other forms of support for our students and our staff. So as we think about the opportunities for family responsibility zones and express stops, that target that we're talking about is that 25. That gets us to that ability to have people in the right positions to support our families, our scholars, and our schools. If you could go to slide 12, that's our review and discussion slide. And our team is here this evening. Assistant Director Annie Fullwood for Student Ridership and Routing, Ms. Kristen Brookshire, our Transportation Planner, and Ms. Catherine Bamberg, who has led our workforce bus driver staffing plan. We're here to answer your questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you all for being here for this presentation. Colleagues, comments, questions? Mr. Tad?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Palmer, for the presentation. My question is more so about what I'm hearing from the community and what you have presented. Is my understanding that there are routes that are still not covered, but I just saw you just on the slide, it said 100%. So there were bus drivers who saying that students still weren't being picked up in the rotation, but is that not true?
I'll be happy to pull down our geolocated timestamp data for what schools, what routes, arrival, the rest. Again, for the first 2 weeks, December 2nd through the 13th, we have been able to carry all of those routes. I cannot speak to the comments of others. That is something that we were intentionally working with our school principals on. Is there a route? Is there a school where service did not run? For those first 2 weeks, all of the available information that we have, as well as in conjunction in partnership with our school leaders, we are carrying those routes. Again, I would emphasize if a route is delayed, and again, we have had days where the call out rate is higher than what rotational plan got us for coverage. So in those instances, we had to pull folks out of the office that, again, we're not able to provide customer call support. And in those instances, that's a assistant area manager going and driving the route to cover the additional above and beyond. But as far as what our information says, where we're at, working with school leaders, the data that we have available, we've carried all routes the first 2 weeks.
Okay. I saw the information about that you have a lot of drivers that are potential drivers. Based on the slide that you showed with people that are in the process, what percentage of those people would we need to fulfill every driver that we need to cover all of our routes?
What we can look at from our past few months, and I'll actually reference the slide that's in the board packet there with regards to our workforce development progress thus far. We have graduated through our workforce bus driver training program, 12 drivers over the last 3 months.
Right.
We're averaging right about 4 to 5 a month. We would love to dial that up. What we are going to need to do that is to truly call in all of the favors from DMV to have our DMV tester get additional support from Raleigh. That's pulling a tester from another county that has their own challenges. I think you're aware it's a state, regional, and national issue on licensing drivers, not only with regards to the yellow bus, but all vehicles, frankly. If we can increase that testing bandwidth from DMV, that's going to accelerate that program. It would be reasonable to think right now, if all else stays at a DMV level, which is one tick beyond our control, right, we're looking at that 4 to 5 a month. So to get to the 25 to 30 that we would ideally be targeting, you'd be in that 5 to 6 month window if nothing else changes. If we are able to apply an accelerant, if we can get DMV to provide additional testers, that's going to dramatically accelerate that process. Best case scenario in a vacuum, when there are no limitations from DMV, and I'm saying best case scenario, we could do a 5 to 6 week turnaround from walking in the door, being interested in having you behind the wheel. But there are some processes here, particularly that permit window, the 14-day, as well as the 2 weeks of testing that can't be circumnavigated. So it would be reasonable to think, as you look at it, we have 2 that just passed, we have 15 more that are right around the corner, and then another 37 that are coming to class shortly. So as we look at that, that is at the 50 mark, actually 52. If we can accelerate that with DMV, that'll accelerate that timeframe.
Are we currently losing drivers?
So as of today, I just pulled our staffing report. Since we had 141 when we met 2 weeks ago, we're up to 143 today. So as far as are we losing drivers, that's an ongoing daily conversation. It is not a static number, though. Let me be very clear. There's a lot of stress on our drivers. Rotational coverage adds to that. That's one of the points that we want to emphasize, is this is not a long-term fix. It is a crisis response to try to get as many children to school as possible and to spread out that burden across the community. So I think we were talking about, are we losing drivers? We can bring drivers in, and there are a variety of reasons that drivers leave. Some of them are workplace frustration, pay. We can go down the list of what we've heard. And some folks are retiring. We have drivers, as Superintendent Lewis talked about tonight. Mr. Rogers has been with us for 60 years. Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Carter-Otten.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. I have a bunch of questions, but I sent them to you yesterday, so I'm going to try to be selective about the ones I ask tonight and then assume that I'll get responses to the others later, right? My first question actually wasn't a question before I got here because I thought it was resolved, and it is bathrooms. What is going on with bathroom access for the bus drivers? Because we've talked about this before. I think you raised the issue for us.
Mhm.
And we still have bus drivers saying that they are not allowed into schools to use the bathroom, or they have to push for that. So what more can we do to make sure that that is not an issue for our drivers?
I think that is a very good topic for leadership to respond to. I think that we've got, we are DPS employees in transportation, and the arrival at school and the servicing of children, I couldn't envision an administrator turning away a bus driver to use the bathroom. That said, the improvements we need to make at the lots are very real. We talked about, I think several board members have been to our facilities recently. We have at each facility, we have 2 bathrooms for 75 employees at each depot. So as far as using bathrooms well en route, I can't speak to any one circumstance. I know that we've advocated. I'm unaware of any principle that would forbade a bus driver from using the bathroom. But again, I would need to know more about that. I'm not aware of any practice or policy that would preclude a bus driver from using our facilities.
I'm the queen of follow-up. Can I follow up? I appreciate your unawareness. Is this the first time that this kind of complaint has surfaced or been heard? Maybe Director Harris could speak to it or something?
Joe, are you able to hear audio?
Good evening. Yes, ma'am. In regards to that, we have had that complaint before, and we've asked for specifics from the actual employee itself on what school, and we have addressed that with the actual school itself. So, is it coming again at this time? I have not had an actual conversation from any employee that has brought it forth in the last immediate sense. But what I will do is pull on tomorrow to find out, to make sure, and if so, then I will gather that information and make sure it is brought forth and have that conversation, if that is acceptable or if there's any other direction at this time.
Thank you. And during my conversation with bus drivers, that was brought up to me as well, and I haven't heard of instances since we addressed it. I addressed it with all principals as well, and I think this is a huge opportunity too, as I share with principals, to because there were some concerns about, some of the staff didn't know who the bus drivers were and they didn't see the badges. So I think this is a huge opportunity, as I share with our principals, to begin the year with whether you're doing your professional development or just thinking of ways that we can include our bus drivers as a part of the school community, because they are driving a rolling classroom as a part of that school. And so I haven't heard any since we addressed it with the principals. Now, again, if there's consistent or another example of that happening after we address, we definitely would want to know about that.
Yep. And Dr. Lewis, if I could tag on to that, I know Director Harris is on the call as well for our drivers that are here tonight or those at home. If there's an incident that we need to follow up with, directly contact myself, directly contact Director Harris. We do not intend to sit around and wait to sit on. I'll leave that there. I think there's more that could be done. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
And then we have more questions, Ms. Carter, and I think Ms. Umstead had a follow-up.
Can I ask one? I think like, I understand that as individual grievances come up, we need to address them, but I also want us to start thinking more proactively about this too. And so especially as we have different bus drivers, rotational routes, if you have the same person every day, that front office or the people around in the bus loop will get used to that person. But since we got so many different folks who are coming in and subbing, how can we standardize a way that bus drivers can be known when they go to a school and come in? Like, I just want us to think a little more proactively about what that process is and not maybe wait on our bus drivers to have to bring a concern and grievance to us. So is it making sure everyone has a badge? So they show their badge and they can get in? I understand schools want to be monitoring who's coming in and out their building, and is there a special door or somewhere for them to go? Like, let's standardize that a little bit more and be proactive on that end.
Ms. Carter.
So no, that was helpful. Thank you. My next question is about community support. And I know it feels like we've talked about this at other board meetings. You mentioned it a little bit tonight about ways that the community can partner with schools and that, and kind of the limitations of how challenging that can be. So the community still wants clear information on how to be a good partner as we roll out these different transportation challenges. And so when can we expect some clear information on what administration is able to provide, what schools are able to provide, and what families are able to provide? I just feel like we've said this like 15 times now. So when can we get like, at this board meeting, we're going to get these plans for you, or here's when we're going to roll out information to schools about exactly how they can partner for walking school bus, or exactly how they can partner for rides for families? Because without that guidance from central office, then schools are left to fumble on their own. Families are left not knowing how to support, but really wanting to. So can we do something concrete, make a concrete plan tonight for a plan so that we can move forward on that?
Absolutely. My response is enthusiastically affirming of where you're going and working between administration, our school leaders, and our school community and parents. We've been in communication with our principals on our basket of resources. That includes arrival and dismissal procedures. That talks about how to work with walkers and what those procedures might look like, looking at other school districts that also have that. We have individual resources. Ms. Brookshire is here with me this evening. I'm wanting to answer the question directly and say, to the question about what can we do to work with school leaders, we are in communication with every one of our schools right now on this exact topic, talking about the resources that we have available, providing direct resources to school leadership, and understanding that the school leadership family connection constitutes that school community. The more that we push in at a central office level from transportation, we're trying to respect the intimate nature of, we've worked with our principals, we've looked at the maps, we've gone through all of the gates as far as that local feedback, ensuring that the geographic part is correct. The additional opportunities to work across school leadership with our families and our school communities, we are right there with principals, and that's consistent. Ms. Carter, I want to make sure that I'm fully answering the question and its intent. Yeah.
I think so. I just want to make sure that as we move forward, I recognize that schools need to do a lot of this, and you're already providing them with some information and some resources, but I want to make sure that where any guidance is needed or resources are needed, or that could make it go any more smoothly for them or any easier for families to, who have resources to help during this process, that's being done.
It looks like Dr. Webb has a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Vice Chair, I wanted to point out to Mr. Palmer's point, we had several meetings with our elementary principals to discuss family responsibility zones. We introduced the concept, then we brought them back. We fielded the questions, and we didn't just say, here, take this and go. It was a good two-way conversation where they actually said, have you thought about this? Have you considered this? Can you help us with this? And there were group questions, conversations, and then individual questions and conversations as well. And this wasn't about the resources, but as a result of that conversation and the collaboration partnership with our principals, locking arms and trying to figure this out together, some of the family responsibility zones were changed or reduced, and elements that the principal knew that we couldn't glean from a God's eye view or from even driving it, but some of the things that our principals knew, that was for the family responsibility zones. And we have also begun that same process with our secondary schools to not only hear their needs, but to hear their ideas for the express stops. Not only the schools whose children are moving through that, but the locations as well. So that conversation has been very rich, and we very much covet the input of our principals, who are the experts on their school. And that has opened up some really good conversations. And our principals have seemed to respond very well to that. Our principals and our principal supervisors. So that conversation has been very helpful. In each of those conversations, there was conversation about the resources that we can help through Ms. Brookshire to offer families ideas, resources. You know, we can't tell them walk this way to go to school. We can't give them that level of specificity. But here are some options. Here's some things to think about. Here's some resources. And that package is still part of the conversation with the principals. What do we push to the school? What can we push out? But it is the intent to make that information available well before rollout. And that's a fair statement, then, Mr. Palmer?
And Dr. Webb, to the point, and sometimes we bury the lead because there's a lot that we're trying to convey in a few slides. In our DPS webpage, we have a Safe Routes to School program landing page that has really the compendium of resources brought together, not just exclusively about this immediate topic, but more broadly around the resources available for school communities looking to activate many of the program volunteer activities that you're discussing. So those at home or those board members that want to look, DPSNC, you can search the Safe Routes to School program webpage, and in there, Ms. Brookshire has brought in all of our resources that align, quite honestly, I believe where your question is leading us towards. We would agree, and we're not, we can do more to lead with that. I think there's opportunities for additional communication there as well.
That's great. I'm so glad to hear about all the input that you're getting from staff, and again, as we think about this as a community effort, right? We're asking the community to partner with us. We're saying that we can't bear this weight alone. We need their support. We need to just make that as easy as possible. Lastly, for now, I guess what I was not seeing in the slides tonight that we've talked about before also is the impact that the transportation challenges have had on our students, and specifically around like absenteeism data. I know that we've, again, talked about that, and I know you guys were tracking it. So when can we see absenteeism data disaggregated in all the ways this board likes to see it disaggregated? For those that are newer, we can teach you about that. And then when can we see a plan for how we're going to be addressing learning loss that has happened in the last now almost 5 months or so as a result of our transportation challenge?
Very good questions. Thank you, ma'am. I think it's a fair effort that we can present you some information on the absenteeism, working with our, I mean, we've just been in this, the brief period, we wanted to, since we've implemented the specific code that shows an absence related to a bus, we have to get it, I personally have not seen, haven't required, but I need to inquire, where are we on inputting not only the new absences, but doing a look back, because this is not a quick job where our data managers are having to go back and recode. So I will inquire to that, and we will endeavor to bring you information of that next board meeting. As far as the actual learning loss piece, I would defer to Dr. King.
Before Dr. King responds, Dr. Webb, welcome to Durham.
Thank you, ma'am.
I know y'all are asking for approval to move to the family responsibility zones.
Yes, ma'am.
How does administration plan to measure the effectiveness of the family responsibility zones on absenteeism without data from this current period of time?
That's a great question, ma'am, and we have to have that data. We don't have it as of yet because we are inputting with the new code into our attendance tracking software. They're not just started from when we implemented the new code, but doing a look back and trying to identify what were the absences in September. That information will be very helpful. From our standpoint, our focus has been, and it's a valid question, but our focus has been our initiatives that we're proposing will increase the number of drivers, will increase the number of routes that are run, will increase our children moving forward. I mean, we can't go back, obviously, and put someone in school that missed it a couple of weeks ago, but we're trying to, through all of our efforts, increase getting our children to and from school moving forward. So a quick metric will be for us, it will not be in the achievement, will not be in those are the long-reaching ones, achievement and attendance, but our quick metric will be, are we running our buses? Are we getting our children to school? So that is a great question, Dr. King.
Board members, I want to be clear about what we can and cannot provide you with. We will never be able to provide you with the definitive statement about how many absences were directly related to this issue. I just want to be clear about that. We will be able to provide you with information, and in fact, my team has started to gather information about the number of times schools are recording for students the specific code that we have authorized them to use to account for these absences when the appropriate criteria has been met.
do have the data based on the code, the IL code that we are using for students that are absent based on the bus that we shared that we would implement. So as of today, we got some data on how many students have missed 1 to 3 days based on that IL code. When we return, principals will be engaging in the middle of the year data. I don't know if you call them data consults or where principals can and their teams can begin to identify those students that may need additional academic supports as a result of the busing. So these numbers are tied to students, and so we definitely can break that data down by demographics. But again, it's based on this IO code that we use that our data managers are inputting.
I know originally we had talked about doing this at the semester end as a kind of a time period where we could look a little bit deeper and hopefully maybe get enough time for some data managers to go backwards. And I understand that's not still clean data, but allow us a little time for that. But then I heard the next meeting, I want to make sure staff has the time to do what you need to do and get that data to us. So would doing it the second meeting in January or the work session in September be the right? I'm looking to y'all. It's not September. I'm sorry. I apologize. February.
So data managers were given, they were asked to have that work complete by winter break. But we recognize that, some of them, are further along with that process than others. And certainly there are circumstances that may have led some of them to not be able to get that done. And we have wanted to be respectful of the fact that this is additional work that we're asking them to do that they would not have otherwise found themselves needing to do. And so we present that information, or I'm sure Dr. Lewis will present that information with the clear notion that it is incomplete information at this point. But we recognize that our data managers are working fervently to get that data into the system as quickly as they possibly can.
And please know, thanks to Dr. King and his team, Dr. Royster's department, we do have data that says what schools are 100% complete and when they expect to have all this data in. So we can share that data.
Ms. Harold Goff.
Thank you, everyone. I want to lift up the concern around robust messaging about resources for families that are experiencing barriers and hardships as a result of the rotational coverage, and proactively thinking about messaging around resources to support families that would experience hardship or barriers as a result of the family responsibility zones and all of the different options that we're putting in place to proactively, creatively think about how we continue, get as many kids to school as equitably as we can. I feel like some of that was coming through with what Ms. Carter Alton was saying, that what was coming to me was that we're still not understanding, like where families are saying, okay, if this is all going to happen, this is going to impact my family in this way, and I don't know what resources to reach out to. So I heard Dr. Webb, and I hear that there is, the engagement at the building level, talking with principals about what specific communities are able to do. I feel like that messaging needs to be more transparent so that families who are going to experience, no matter what way we look at it, are going to experience hardship, are going to experience barriers as a result of lack of transportation. What are these resources that they're going to be able to plug into, and how do we message that just as effectively as we messaged the fact that we were going to rotational busing? If someone were to ask me now, especially, because there are all of these different challenges, every school building is cultural, every different route, I don't know, but how can we message that with clarity so that our families can identify these resources or these places where they can plug in for supports and all these kinds of things. Are we able to do that? Can that kind of data be provided robustly by administration? I hope I'm being clear.
Ms. Herrickhoff, I just want to kind of zoom in on the request, I think the call for messaging with clarity around this may be coming, what can I do? The sort of response there, I know within partnership between school leadership, public affairs, transportation, we have mapped out an entire communications plan and strategy around that. I do want to point out the intentionality also of if we are pushing out communication before the board. Again, we're trying to get that cadence right of administration cannot establish family responsibility zones. So being focused and intentional about the families that we're engaging with. We have 15,000 elementary school families. Of those, less than 900 live within a family responsibility zone that currently request yellow service. However, the majority of students in family responsibility zones are already going another way to school that are not on the yellow bus, walking, biking, car ridership, or transit. So I want to pause for a second and ask Ms. Cooper to join us on the communication possibilities, where we are with that. Again, the resource pledge that we have here is dialed in with much of that messaging in mind.
Before she comes forward, I just want to clarify the intention of what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to ask is, have some resources been identified for families that will experience hardship? Like, are there already plans in place for for what, because we're saying this is a community effort, this is a whole thing effort. I'm hearing that there are conversations. Are there already some strategies and plans in place already, coming together even before, proactively or right now, even with rotational busing for families that are still experiencing hardship, or, with the 1 day a week that they can't get their child to school? I was assuming those conversations were being had with the principals and the schools. So then if there are some resources that have been discussed, are those resources being shared so that these families who are experiencing these hardships know how to plug into those resources? That's more of my question. I heard, they said, they're like, we're talking and we're discussing these things and they're coming up with these solutions. Is that messaging getting to the families that are experiencing the hardship? I don't know what those are. If someone were to ask, where do they find these resources?
Great question. And Ms. Brookshire has, as I mentioned, we talked with the principals. She's met with individual principals about individual situations, and much of that assistance has been pushed out at the school level to those individuals. So, and as we move forward, whether it's the carpool, whether it's that she has been a resource and will continue to be a resource to our families with not just holistically, but with individual crises and individual problems and concerns as well.
Ms. Hempstead.
Is it okay, Drew, if I jump in? I just want to also be really clear about what DPS can and can't do, what resources we can and can't provide. And I feel like we're talking around it a little bit, but like, if a family contacts us for an Uber card, like, is DPS doing a Uber gift card? Are we doing that kind of resource? Or are we also saying, like, I understand when we look at the safe routes to schools, it's talking about like roads you can take, buses you can take, but it's not, we're using resource here, but I don't know that we're being really specific about what resource we are wanting to offer for families. And I imagine different schools are going to have different things, but I just want us to be clear, because I feel like we're talking around it a little bit. Is that?
Yes, I just say, just on the real, I mean, I don't know what these resources are. If somebody's asking, school level or not, if my school asks me, what are the resources? I don't, where do we find these resources? And who's, even if it's not for us, if these discussions are being had as a part of this transportation conversation, how do we know what's going on so that we can share those resources with those families.
So Ms. Harrogolf, I want to go back to just a couple of foundational pieces. Number one, we are able to provide direct resource with the yellow school bus. After that, we are trying to provide information. Again, I'm actually suggesting that folks look at that Safer Routes to School program webpage where Ms. Brookshire and her folks that, again, we are bringing that together in conjunction with Go Durham, Go Triangle, looking at transit access, looking at bike ped options, the development of bicycle walk school buses, walking school buses is the technical term there. There's a resource called School Pool that we've shared with quite a number of principals. We are intentional within transportation that our communication is directly going to our school leaders who are working with our families at that school level. We're trying to do the capacity building at a district level to then allow and work with, support our principals on all modes. That even includes, everything from our crosswalks around the schools, the infrastructure around the schools, the needs that are there. Our intentionality within transportation is to work with our school leaders who are in direct communication with parents. And again, we have a district level page that is pointing to the resources that we have access to. The additional things that you reference, resources, I think that it might help, and maybe it's a clarifying question for me. Are you referencing information as far as what are best practices for developing a group of parents that want to carpool, or are we talking about direct monetary or service support directly to families?
I'm talking about all of it, but even if there's if a building is identified, a community organization, a church or something that's carpooling, or you have certain people who are walking, how do we support that information being equitably communicated so that people can access it and understand what's going on? And I'm even thinking maybe even proactively, like before, I loved how you brought up earlier the difference between establishing it and implementing. So as we're establishing, if there are conversations being had of things that are being established, how then do we equitably share that information with families who may need it? So that's not you don't have to, I just wanted to lift that up because, like we had in public comment where people are giving, talking about their individual needs. If these conversations are being had, how do we share that information? If they're just being had and, I'm glad they're being had on the school level, but then how do we hear back? How can we, plug people in and let them know? Just like, we said, even if it's not support that's coming directly from the district, being able to communicate that might give another community an idea or something.
And I think you are touching on something, is that in many of our schools, the majority of students that live within the areas that we're talking about for family responsibility zones, the majority of those students are already taking another means to school other than the yellow bus, from carpooling to working with neighbors, all of those things. What that also affords us is that we have principals that are in communication with those families, that they have developed those programs at an organic school level. That also provides PLC and opportunities for school leaders, and Dr. Webb referenced it. We're meeting directly with principals to bring our resources to them and say, what would be best to help with your school community? What are your needs? The other point that I want to lift up there is that we are very intentional here in Durham Public Schools about talking about multimodal access to school. That sounds technical, but what it really means is all modes, and we're considering of all modes. In public education, especially here in North Carolina, there's two modes that we've always talked about. You either drive or you take the bus. We're aware we're in an urban fabric here. We have city bus stops at the majority of our middle and high schools. We have a partnership with Bike Durham that's providing pedestrian and bicycle safety classes to our elementary school students. Many of these deposits in Durham are a bit unique. What we've been able to do over the last few years is think holistically about everything from car queue to accessing from the neighborhood to the school, that comprehensive envelope of all the different ways we could get to school. Those different ways are mapped out on that Safer School Program webpage. And I hear you, like, that's great. How do people know about that? How are people being plugged into that? I'm going to pause there and also ask Ms. Cooper to share more about the communication outreach strategy that we're working together on.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer, and good evening again. One of the things that we know about the family responsibility zones is that we know exactly who lives within them. So that gives us a great advantage to be able to communicate with them directly and effectively. In conjunction with working with transportation, as well as our school leaders, we can provide the necessary tools that they need based upon how they best communicate with their families. And that's the wonderful thing about this. We can truly have something tailored for each of these schools to make sure that their families get the information that we need. So as we have an initial plan for how we introduce this to families, and especially with those directly with those impacted families, we'll continue to have this conversation and dialogue with our principals to tailor that communication for their families, whether it's making sure they have printed items to go home as we continue to fine tune and I clarify what those resources are, making sure that they're readily available and accessible. And again, as Mr. Palmer said, a lot of this work is already happening within our school communities. It's being able to leverage the opportunities that currently exist to make sure our families know how they can be able to support their students getting to school, whether it's partnering with another family on their own or the school doing more collaborative work as well to make those connections within the school community. So we stand at the ready to be able to support our schools and our families to make sure that they are prepared.
So what
Thank you.
I'm hearing is that communication is going to be supporting the schools at a school level to communicate with the families that would be impacted.
Absolutely. Communications has been at the table since the very beginning and introducing and talking with our principals about this. They've been very involved providing feedback. We've been listening in on those meetings, as well as working with our principal supervisors to ensure that communication is clear for our families. So it has been a collective effort. It has been a hands-on effort. We understand that we don't do this alone, and many voices at the table ensure that the message is right. And so that is certainly something that has been done throughout this process.
And that includes the resources, not only that are from the district, but also the resources that the school communities
We can work
are
with our
organizing.
principals and our school leaders for whatever resources that they employ within their schools, because it may be different within each school community, and we'll be ready to support them with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez has a couple of questions, not necessarily for Ms. Cooper. I have some questions, and then we'll go to Ms. Byer. Yep. And then Ms. Umstead. Ms. Chavez?
Good evening. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the updated data. It's good to see, some concrete numbers. I'm just gonna say, I also am very interested to see the attendance data. So I look forward to seeing that, hopefully in January. With regard to the, rotational bus service, of, kids who were assigned a bus that didn't come on Monday, how many of them were not at school Monday? Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. So look forward to seeing that. Also, am interested to support the development of a plan to address learning loss. A parent wrote to us about that, and I think it's becoming an increasingly bigger concern as we hear about kids who have been out of school for a significant amount of time. I know we don't, we need that data too on how many kids that is who have missed more than 5 days, 10 days, 20 days. So, but I do think that's something we should keep our eye on and attention on, how we can provide extra support for students academically. And then I had some thoughts and questions relative to this conversation around resources. I think as I was listening to Ms. Harold Goff's questions and thoughts, I think what I would have liked to see, would like to still see are, but I guess I want to talk about resources, but also the barriers. And perhaps you all have this listed out, but all the barriers that we would anticipate for some kids getting to school with family responsibility zones. I think I've heard of some of those from our community members, parents, teachers. I would like to hear more sort of all the things that we're addressing with what resources, things that have come up that I've heard about and I think have been mentioned, crossing guards, or volunteers or assistants, or staff assistants for like walking students along the areas of the family responsibility zones. Additionally, coats, shoes, that kind of thing. I would like us to approach this and the communication, which I appreciate hearing about that. I would like us to approach this in such a way that we're making sure to offer every single one of those resources, that whatever it is, whether it be material or, network, social connections, to every single family that may be affected by this. So I think that, we know that we have a number of students who experience poverty, and that affects people in different ways, many different ways. So I think we need to, I hope that our in the communications there will be sort of a non-assumption about what people do and do not have, as we engage them, and invite them to take advantage of whatever resources we can offer. Let me pause. I can't see you all, so I don't know, can't read the room, but do you have any response to any of that before I ask a couple other questions?
Yeah, Ms. Chavez, I'm going to ask Ms. Brookshire to come up to talk a little bit about some of our early efforts to work with school leaders on some of these topics, the barriers, both very real barriers for some families, particularly some of the things that you were referencing, as well as perceived barriers. And Ms. Brookshire even talk a little bit about conversations that you've had recently with school leaders on that topic. Thank you.
Good evening. So I know the term resources can be confusing. And so there's, in addition to what's available online, though that's general, that's not customized. Those are tip sheets and, the transit guides, talking to your student about walking and biking to school, benefits of walking and biking to school. So I guess sometimes when I talk about resources, what I also mean is the technical assistance and the customization piece of that. And so that is a list that we've shared and discussed multiple times with principals, and that's not a list that appears on the website. So that could be something to share differently, but it still involves some person power from our team. We hear you want to do a walking group. We hear you want to know where might be suggested places to meet for a park and walk, or like to actually work through those routes, those locations together with the community, or should we have one time point or 2 time points on our walk, or to do some of that planning support, not be there every day to lead, but just to be a thought partner, whether that's coming from community volunteers, staff, parents. Part of the list, and my computer died when I said it here, so I can't see my list anymore. But we've offered presentations, during school with students, pedestrian safety education, meeting with PTA, meeting with school staff. We've offered, to develop maps that show available infrastructure, not the route to school, but just so families know, like, well, we could go this way, but we might, they can make the decision that's best for their family. So often when I say resources, I mean technical assistance and planning support. So I hope that helps clarify. I know you're being more specific with your question, and I started to hear the difference. So.
Ms.
Oh,
Cha-
we have, you also mentioned, or Ms. Chavez mentioned coats and shoes. We have received one request from a school asking like, how can we support? We reached out to, and I can't think of the name of the local organization. Michelle on our Safe Routes to School team facilitated this, but made the connection between what social workers are already like working on themselves, just to make sure that, you know, parent groups aren't doing one thing that social workers are already working on. So, you know, we can't lead the collection, but we can try to make some of those connections when we know about opportunities or how some schools are approaching it. But I know that those conversations happen within those professional communities across schools too. So.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I think I like the idea of your offering as a thought partner. And I think the last thing I'll say is just about this is that my concern is that schools without PTAs, because we do have some schools without active PTAs, that they might fall through the cracks a little bit more without that sort of like parent support, you know, network. I know that we have a number of very active PTAs who do a whole lot to support the communities. And so I think maybe you're already aware of that, which schools don't have PTAs or active PTAs, and just giving them a little bit more robust support as well, where they might not have as much of an infrastructure of, you know, of volunteers to come to start out with. So, but thank you for all of that. I'm glad to hear about the work around, you know, coats and shoes. We know we can, you know, January is unpredictable weather-wise. So I just want everybody, you know, of course, our families to have what they need, our students to have what they need in adjusting to whatever, you know, how we kind of lay out this next few months. So another question, if we establish family responsibility zones and express stops, will every bus driver be able to keep their same route daily?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. One of in our recommendations, we're looking at the total number of routes saved is 27. And that is a conservative number. I want to be clear-eyed about that. What we are also suggesting is, as you can see from our daily attendance rates, we're right at the line as far as even one bus driver that isn't able to make it in that day for a variety of reasons tips it to now, you know, a typical bus driver each way of each day carries 150 students or 300 students a day. So every driver that isn't able to come to work that day, we are shuffling to see how we can carry that route. So Ms. Chavez, to your question, that is the plan. And at the same time, earlier questions from board members with regards to our current staffing levels. Today, we're at 143. That's bringing in the 2 from just this past week. That will go up as we head through December and into January, but that is also looking at our current staffing levels. If those numbers change, we're aware that we're right on that threshold. So I wanted to be clear-eyed about that as far as that is the intent. And I will also add that our routes are going to continue to evolve and calibrate. Again, I mentioned just this past 2 weeks, we have 200 additional rider requests. Every rider request and every available driver influences what the route designs look like. But that is the intent. Again, to Ms. Chavez's point, I want to be clear, Ms. Chavez, as well. Are you referencing routes that drivers have today, or are you referencing routes once we come back or come through whatever updates we make on the routing side?
The second one, just that bus drivers would have an established route. My understanding is that with the rotational coverage, people are driving different routes than they're accustomed to, and so, but it is a desire of many bus drivers to have their route that they know, and their kids that they know and are used to, and all of that. So
And that
that's
is very much
the interest of my question.
Yes, ma'am. That is very much our goal there. We understand that relationship between bus drivers, their students, the families, and the communities. That's an intimate space. Even the proposal of rotational coverage doesn't come lightly. And we hear the feedback from our drivers that it is not a long-term solution. We are trying to get to that place where we can carry routes 5 days a week, and those routes are stable for drivers as we talk about that school community relationship with drivers as the front door. That is where we're trying to get. That is where we're going with our plans and recommendations.
Okay, thank you. And then is there, in talking to one, school leader, they had a person at their, a staff member, teacher, I believe at their school, who, had their CDL license, could drive in the afternoon, but they needed a bus at the school. Do we have some schools that have buses at their schools or that allow for those with CDL licenses, but who are, in the classroom during the day, allow them to drive? Or is that, how would that be worked out if that was a possibility?
Ms. Chavez, that is, in a perfect world, we would love to have buses deployed at schools that could accelerate a whole host of things. There are very real challenges that we have, particularly with theft and vandalism of our vehicles. These are large pieces of equipment from catalytic converters and the rest. Having said that, I will ask Director Harris, who's on the call. Director Harris, if you could maybe share with the board and the public any times where we have deployed buses at school and any opportunities or limitations we would have with that.
Yes, good evening. So yes, thank you, Mr. Palmer. Ms. Chavez, just to answer your question, that is yes. We do actually have some schools that we have deployed buses that are actually assigned to that particular school, that the bus itself stays there at the school for usage by someone on staff that has already been cleared by our and vetted by our process for school bus drivers, and their actual information is current and valid at the time, and they do help in the cases where there are situations where there might be some need from on-campus assistance. Yes, that is correct. We do have that, and like Mr. Palmer said, there are some locations that we're able to provide that overnight stay for the particular bus itself if there is adequate security for the bus itself.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Palmer and Mr. Harris. That's helpful to understand. The last thing I just want to comment on is around collaboration. I'm very glad to hear about it sounds like very positive and forward-moving conversation with school leaders about about the implementation of these transportation changes for their schools and the communication related. I think, I heard, as others did too, a disconnect between some of the bus drivers' experiences today and what they're asking for or proposing as solutions, and some of what we're hearing right now. And I, of course, want things to be connected, and so I just want us to continue as much as possible the efforts at collaboration and dialogue, and to make sure that's an integral part of our processes at all steps. So if there are other ways to enhance the collaboration or get more input, I hope that we'll continue to look at those and prioritize those as well, so we can make sure we're getting expertise from all angles. So feel free to address that, but that was my last comment.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez, and I want to lift up the work cross-functionally between transportation and our Director of Classified Learning, Ms. Terry Phillips. We actually had scheduled restorative practice circles with our drivers, leaning into a lot of the pedagogy we use in our schools in building that trust and understanding between transportation administration that is under an incredible amount of stress and drivers who themselves, as you heard tonight, as we hear all day, that it is a tough job, whether it's on the bus or when we get off, right? So we have to look at that comprehensively. We look forward to picking that up. We had events scheduled. We had to reschedule those at a district level. And there is an absolute opportunity there to build understanding between our folks that administer the transportation system and those that run it at the bus driver level. We embrace that, and I would also leave space for Director Harris if he wanted to add any more there, but we would receive that opportunity as an ongoing challenge. And quite frankly, we're here for it. I know many board members joined us at our staff celebration yesterday, and you can see the community that we are focused on building. These are not easy jobs. These are not easy times, but we're not backing away from trying to hear our drivers and do everything we can to lift that up to administration on what we need for support. Director Harris, did you have anything to add?
No, sir, not this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I have a couple questions. Hmm. My first question is, will parents be able to access the maps? I think Jessica spoke to that a little bit, but will they be able to go in, put in their address, and the system say, yes, you're in the family responsibility zone, or no, you're not in the family responsibility zone?
So we have shared maps with the board and the administration. Our long-term plan would be to have what we call it a school locator. We're working with the city to build that type of functionality. We're in their work queue, but that's months in the build out, given our available bandwidth at a city level and a district level. What we are able today to do is to pull down individual communication for any impacted family, not just those who ride the yellow bus, but all families in those areas, providing direct communication from the district to those families. In addition to that, the publishing of the maps, I think we've talked a little bit about at an administrative level. Certainly from my desk, we've shared that with the administration, the board, and we'll seek guidance as far as the publication of that information.
Thank you. Any information about the demographic of students that are currently riding the school bus to school, or would be currently riding the school bus to school, that are now being moved into the family responsibility zones? Demographics, are they at a Title I school? How many Title I schools is this impacting? How many schools would have had CEP last year? Is this impacting, the subgroups that we like to know about? Who's being impacted? Is it, none of that information's available?
I think that's information that we can work with our team on to assemble that. That's a data assemblage piece. We don't have that at the ready within transportation. That's going to take a little bit of time, but we can certainly work with administration to pull that together.
Oh, I don't know about my colleagues. It would be helpful for me to know that information to move me closer to being ready to approve family responsibility zone. Colleagues, anybody else interested?
So I'm just curious because we've gotten this far in this conversation and I thought that this was here for action this evening.
It is here for action.
Okay.
It is.
Okay.
My next question was, can you give me 2 or 3 things that I may have missed, maybe from the presentation or some background data that was sent to the board, that evidences that this is going to really have an impact on improving transportation services and the ability of students to get to school? 2 or 3 top things.
I'm just writing our notes down here. And I will ask Ms. Fullwood to join me up here. One of the opportunities we've had is to identify down to the student of their home addresses, identifying if they're a yes or no in Power School. So when we ran the analysis again today, again with new ridership updates, I have that information here. Quite literally had to be a screenshot, but wanted to share again, the majority of the students that live within the family responsibility zones, in total, if we look at, again, we have 15,000 elementary school students. We are talking about 1,780 students overall. And of those, 916 take another mode to school, the others walk, bike, passenger vehicle, and 864 take the yellow bus. So when we talk about the direct impacts, what we're talking about is the overall number of riders that we're carrying from home to school. Again, each of these geometries is between a quarter, a half, or up to a mile. We've been through those distances. So, Chair Rogers, to your question, the evidence that we're looking at is taking it down into the individual student. Again, within our transportation realm, the demographic information from earlier, we're looking at, are you a yes, no, and ridership? Within that, right, we can load a school bus depending on the grade level. You know, elementary, middle, and high school all have different capacities because the kids are bigger at various sizes. When we can fit 3 to a seat, right, when we take that number across, typically in a transportation where we look at about 50 students per bus is about where we can get to at a healthy level without overcrowding the bus. So as you look through that, right, we're mindful that the additional opportunities that we have, what we've been able to do, and you're talking about evidence, is take it down to the individual child, look at where they live. Are they riding a bus? Are they living in that area? We need to provide communication to both families if you're on the bus or you're living in the area. We are now, our next step then is to break that into our overall route packages. So talking about, and this is the work that Ms. Fullwood and her team were doing up until she walked in the door. So that's the very next step. That is why we're queued up for which way the board chooses to go with the establishment of the walk zones. The other piece that we're aware of is that the rotational coverage has been a test case for us. An ongoing conversation is how many routes are we trying to save? What does that look like? When we've been able to reduce service by 25 routes a day, that is giving us our test case of when we're over that number, we're pulling in folks from the area lots to cover the buses. If we can get to that number, when we talk about family responsibilities and express stops, that gets us to 27. Right? Recognizing that, I should say up to 27. So from that point, from that perspective, we've done the hard work of geolocating every child, bringing GIS data into our TIMS database, modeling out the routing implications, not just napkin math, but actually taking it down to the bus level, working with our school leaders on that, being intentional about saying, we want to get every child to school 5 days a week. In these areas when they are very close to school, there's a substantial amount of bus driver savings that we can bring to the board with response to the challenges that we have. So, Chair Rogers, for the evidence point, we have driver attendance rates that's telling us what is that threshold, what's our target mark. We have brought it down to the student, and we have begun the process of integrating that into the remainder of our routes to say, from not just a napkin mouth perspective, but a take it all the way, how far can we go and what can we realistically anticipate? Ms. Fullwood's with me as well, and I do want to leave space. It's a very good question of what evidence is there, but we're here to answer any questions that go with that.
Thank you. And then most schools aren't the full mile radius. So every parent in that mile radius is responding and think they are. How are they being notified that they're not in that walk zone for their school?
So what we've done in conjunction with our communication plan and strategy is to pull down the student rosters of enrolled students at their schools. We've already worked with principals to queue up that communication directly to impacted families. Again, this comes to a little bit of the earlier question on the publication of maps, or I think you're talking about, do we have ability to type in an address to see if I'm in or out of eligibility? We would like to get to that point, and that functionality would be ideal. That takes time. So for a district-wide communication, we need to be intentional about saying we're going to be working with schools to directly connect with impacted families. We'll pause there, check the room, make sure that that aligns both on the communication front as well as the leadership front.
Thank you. I'm okay. Um, um, okay, I do have one last question. Some of our strategic plan priorities are strengthening the school, family, and community engagement. And at the end of the most recently sunset strategic plan, we had a list of community partners. Have they been called to the table and asked what resources that they can help support families in and support DPS in partnership for all the resources? If somebody needs an Uber card, like I don't, I know the district can't do that, but maybe a church or somebody can, et cetera. You know, all the things.
I want to stay in my lane and suggest from transportation, we haven't directly done that, but I see where you're going and see that was an opportunity for sure.
Yeah, that was the only thing that I would say. Ms. Byer, then Ms. Umstead, and then I'll entertain a motion.
I want to start by actually not thanking staff, but thanking all the speakers that came tonight. I think we learned so much from every one of you. We felt the passion that you brought. We felt the ideas and the suggestions, and particularly from our drivers who were here and the concerns that they shared. I'm so appreciative of their voices, their work, their dedication. I know those of us that went to the holiday party really gained even more appreciation for the love that they have for our students, and look forward to ways both through compensation next year, hopefully in our budget that we build in stronger, and also a lot of other ways that they've given us feedback. Dr. Lewis, they continue to give you feedback on how they can be appreciated and their work can be appreciated and valued because they are essential. Remember, I do want to just express thanks to this board for the way that we vision and we want to do everything yesterday to fix this crisis, right? We want coats and shoes and we want resources for families. And also acknowledge that as y'all are leading us through this crisis, I want us to help stay focused on fixing this as quickly as possible. And so what I'm thinking that you're asking for, and I'm trying to get your clarification, is that you've communicated to families that rotational coverage will go through the 17th. You are here asking us, based on previous conversations, it's kind of this push-pull that we've done through all of this. You don't want to do a lot of work that we're not going to approve or we're going to shoot down, right? You're asking us, are we ready to go ahead and do what is in policy 6322, which already says that we can do 1.5 mile walk zones? And I want to acknowledge, like Chair Rogers said, these are not at all typically 1 mile around a school. The maps that we have seen that you guys revised from feedback, they're like a fraction of a district typically. They are small and pretty close to school with a lot of safety considerations taken into account. And so I appreciate y'all continuing to work with schools on refining those. And then the policy 6322 does have reasons for us to consider applications for transportation. So I want to make clear, when factors are present that may endanger the safety of students walking to school, when the student is medically certified as temporarily incapacitated, and this is not inclusive of our, our EC and McKinney-Vento students that we are pledging to transport, I believe. And then it has a grievance or a student and parent grievance procedure that is at the tail of that policy. So I'm hoping that we can bring 6322 in January with any suggested revisions that you all have, any ways that we can lift that up to our community. I think it already is a good starting place. But just acknowledge and acknowledge to the parents and those that have reached out to us, these are not
easy decisions to make, especially mid-year. We wish that we had more time to communicate with families, but we find ourselves very much in crisis. And I hear that our drivers are extending themselves by doing rotational coverage. They want to get back to their routes that are established with the students they know while we train and bring others in to join them. So I guess I'm asking, I don't know if I'm asking, as y'all have had, when we talked about the maps previously, and you've revised them, and we've seen them as of today, the reason that we didn't want to share them was some safety concerns about, was that the thinking? Have y'all had other ways of thinking through how those would be distributed in the school, within the school communities, as y'all have thought about that?
Yes, ma'am. Being able to identify to the specific student who is affected, sharing that information with the schools and having them aid us in communicating directly with the individuals, as opposed to just pushing it out, actually working on that personalized communication, again, at the school level. That was part of the plan. That is our working plan. And then the communication package that Ms. Cooper mentioned, enhancing that. We're discussing what information we feel comfortable sharing publicly versus to, operational methods that we want to make sure everyone is safe. And to your point earlier, yes, ma'am, we have been challenged to bring and charged with bringing options, and in this case, a recommendation. And we are bringing the recommendation to pursue a motion to enact family responsibility zones as requested, and our team will continue to refine and meet the needs surrounding that function. But that's, I think, answered the question you asked and then the statement you made a little bit earlier.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to be clear that when I'm sorry, when we're looking at this and we recognize that there's no easy answer here, but please know that safety is a huge thing that we're considering. If you recall, when we initially talked about family responsibility zones, we were looking at a little over 1,000 students that may have been affected. And due to the work of the team and really looking at, and thank you, Matthew, for driving some of those streets, or all those streets, we dwindled that down to about 750, 800.
We're right in that range.
Yeah. So based on the safety of existing roads, right, we narrowed that down. And then again, working with our schools and our transportation team and knowing that if there still is a safety issue, one by one, we'll definitely address that.
And I appreciate the communication plan and trust that what you all do will also be in Spanish, Ms. Cooper, and any thing that MRC can do to support different languages that families need interpretation in. As you talked with principals, I was just curious about some of the feedback they gave on the concerns and best practices for releasing some of our youngest students, our kindergartners, our pre-K students, our first graders, and whether there's forms that parents would need to sign if they walked with older siblings, or did you all get to that part yet? Is that still to come as you continue to work through this?
Still refining those aspects in accordance with existing board policy and practices, and those are things that we'll be working on. Yes, ma'am. It will mirror our current practices.
And then we haven't talked much about express stops, but are those mapped and available in the same way that family responsibility zones are?
So with the express stops, it's a little bit of a different dynamic from the locational identification piece. And part of that has to do working not only We're having this conversation today with principals about there's identifying express stops within a transportation map, let's say, and what except the most efficiency there. And then at the same time, ensuring that all parties, all stakeholders at a effectively the receiving school and the hosting school, all parties are understanding what the expectations are and what that might mean as far as the location of those. And again, we would be positioned to notify families. You know, certainly as we come, I think Ms. Cooper as well, we've talked about the communication outreach strategy there. We've got it down to the individual student affording access to those express stops within their regions, and again, making sure that we're providing direct communication to any impacted family. What we've been able to do over the last year to 2 years is accelerate our use of Power School and transportation data, but particularly on the transportation data side, we're trying to work both ways. That is affording us the ability to do quick communication strategies and deployment to an impacted family, to the home address, and all of the things that go with that. And again, that's a testament to the partnership with Research and Accountability, Ms. Thompson over Power School, Dr. Broyster, and Mr. Searles. We're working across departments to make that happen.
Just finally, as drivers have concerns, and we've seen a petition tonight, and we've heard other ideas in addition to the petition, where should they address those concerns to Director Harris? Is that the preferred means? Is there a suggestion box? Is there, where do y'all like to have those? Maybe Mr. Harris is still on.
I believe Director Harris is still with us. Joe, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So currently, those concerns will come to me, but we do actually have a tab committee, which consists of representation from every individual aspect within the department, as far as employees, from mechanical staff to safety assistants, office staff members, and whatnot. So we actually have a mechanism where we're able to sit down and discuss things that are hot item, ticket item things, and things of that nature. So yes, to answer your question, they will bring forth that information to me. We can meet about those things in the tab committee, but also too, we have open office hours on Friday, where employees are able to come to the setting and express concerns that they do have, and that happens each week on Friday mornings.
And Ms. Byer, if I could also suggest for folks, from a community member to a driver, there's no idea that we won't walk out and say, can we do that? Will that improve the quality of life, the dignity of the labor, the job itself, and the respect that is deserving of being a bus driver, a safety assistant, a transportation administrator? These are all hardworking folks. Feel free to contact me directly, Director Harris as well. We do receive daily, dozens of, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Right now, we are very focused on skilled labor and ensuring that we're identifying the opportunities to make this a premier job here in Durham, North Carolina. We recognize its value, and we'll continue to work with administration to lift those things up.
Just a last thing, there was concern that supervisors, there was a point in the petition about supervisors driving and needing to take their fair share. Can you reiterate kind of how we pulled supervisors into extra work to work on these routes in that time frame?
Thank you, Ms. Byer. We currently have, again, transportation administrators at our bus depots. Their role is to ensure that we have route coverage when we have rolling callouts, when we are short drivers that day. And Joe, I really should pause. This is your world and this is your shop. But please, if you would, share more with the board and the community on the role of our transportation administrators and why it's so essential that they're able to do their core function of providing call center support and the other functions of our administrative offices.
Yes. So as Mr. Palmer stated, we do have office staff that have to go out and drive it randomly. And sometimes when we get past that threshold of around the 25 employee call out marks, those employees will consist of like our assistant area managers, some of our fleet supervisors, fleet mechanics, actual mechanics themselves, they take in that role of going out and help us to backfill the actual need that we might have. When we take those individuals away from their normal duties, it puts us in a situation where there's a possibility a phone call may go longer, being on hold or getting answered from a community member when they're calling in about any kind of concern that they may have. But also, too, when we step in over to the mechanical side, of course, Mr. Leak leads the department, and he does an awesome job working with our mechanical staff to make sure that our buses are in compliance. But when we start to move around that group of personnel, then we look at buses, that downtime, more time in the garage, more time for 30-day inspection, things of that nature. So it's almost like a domino effect. When you fix one thing, it poses problems and open avenues for error or concerns in different area. So those staff members being able to be in the office to work over the past few weeks has been a great help. You have those people, those individuals are responsible for payroll as well. Payroll is not late getting in where they're working over or working on Saturdays and Sundays trying to get that information in, so to make sure that our employees are paid in a timely manner. So again, it is something that fixes one thing, but it poses problem in different areas.
Ms. Umstead.
Thanks y'all for this presentation and all the work to get here, to the folks who came earlier today. I have some questions. I'm wondering who from the team, like it's clear transportation is working on this, but what other folks are involved in kind of the day-to-day, or maybe not day-to-day, the weekly or so problem solving for transportation? Because it's such a cross-sectional, like I heard Dr. King talk about the principals, I heard Dr. Webb talk about these groups. Are these groups of folks coming together on a consistent basis to think through this, or no?
So one of the opportunities that we have is to be close partners with our school leaders. I believe every principal in the district AP and transportation contact, I've witnessed it watching Director Harris on 3 phones at one time. It's a remarkable feat. But the point that I'm making with that is that the close relationships between schools and operations is essential. Some of the systemic improvements we can make are a larger level, and that's an opportunity that we look forward to administration and leadership on. So let me pause there. I think that's a big question, but on the day-to-day, ensuring that we're one team DPS, that's a daily commitment. And again, we have multiple avenues, multiple channels, whether it be quite literally every method of communication we can with schools. That's an active endeavor. And then yes, to the broader point, some of the long-term investments that we're making with bolstering our workforce are going to require a cross-functional team.
Ms. Umstead, Dr. Webb also has a response for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for that question, Ms. Umstead. And I think probably the best example of a cross-section of our school system, our school family, our stakeholders that meet consistently to talk about this is within the superintendent's cabinet, where that represents some aspect of, or every aspect of Durham Public Schools in this room every Monday. We have these conversations. We're brainstorming. We're bringing in different perspectives, and then it trickles out to in each individual's department. I'll take this back. He'll take this back. She'll take this back. So the superintendent grants us that time to have those conversations at a district level, and then we each communicate with our own little world as well.
Dr. Giovanni?
Thank you for the question. Ms. Umstead, I think if I'm understanding you correctly so the answer is yes, there has been quite a bit of cross-departmental collaboration. For example, we were at a meeting a couple days ago and Dr. Spencer pulled me to the side. I then grabbed Matthew and Dr. Webb and we're brainstorming around, things to make sure that how we would pivot and make sure that her schools and Dr. Farrell's schools that are impacted by the family or could be impacted by the family responsibility zones would make sure that they were agile in order to respond to that. She was asking questions about things that needed to happen for her, on behalf of her and Dr. Farrell, to make sure that there wasn't learning loss and how we were going to be tracking that, et cetera. So it really is all hands on deck. Dr. Rogers called me last night at a little after 10 o'clock last night to talk about express stops for her and Dr. Logan and how we're working through those things. And just on the dime, we got all these people in this meeting with the principals to make sure that we hear their voices. The elementary school principals are talking with us, finance and HR. Ms. Michelle Hayes, I know, has worked with them for just extremely on recruitment and retention and incentives, et cetera, through HR. Ms. Hager has talked with them about staffing and making sure that when they bring a name, that we are moving quickly on that. The finance department, as well as making sure that they're costing things out so that we can look at, you know, incentives and make sure our budgets are reflective of what it is that we hope that we will be able to do for our drivers. I think that's the question that you're asking. If
It answers my question. I think what I would hope to see us doing moving forward is more intentional cross collaboration. They sound responsive, and I think it's good. But like, how do we get elementary, middle, high school principals or principals who are impacted by express stops and parents and a couple other folk in a room to like think through this, even sometimes, and I know it's a chicken and an egg with when it comes to the board or not. But I think what we're also hearing on the back end is a lot of folks with a lot of questions, a lot of concerns. They're calling now, and it'd been really good to have some of that vetted in the forefront, right? Of principals kind of already saying, you know, I don't know if I can let this 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old go. So we thought about that. And so when it comes to the board, some of that information is there. Because it is such an issue that is impacting so many folks, it's urgent and it's important. And we need different departments in that conversation. So I think figuring out how to be more proactive, people don't have to reach out. So we're connecting all that tissue together.
Dr. Giovanni?
I completely agree with you. And I think that there were certainly, and I've said this in the principals meetings, that there was a misstep and missed opportunities to not include principals around the table and get their input when a lot of these conversations started. We've talked about it being missed opportunities to not include bus drivers. Like, we spoke with them, and again, reactionary to your point, but just given the crisis that we're in, and we're trying, you know, finally starting to get fully staffed back in the operations leadership. But for over 2.5 hours at Showcase the Schools, just getting tons of information and ideas from them. Dr. Lewis has met with them and gotten information. He typed that up and shared it with us this past week. And so those are all kind of, to your point, reactive, but going forward, your point is well made, and we need to have a plan for how we're going to move forward in communicating and having cross-departmental conversations. And I think we are moving in that direction. Thank you.
And I just want to be clear, it's not just communicating, it's like true collaboration, right? I can get on the call and tell you lots of things, but how do we actually have that collaboration so folks feel like they're also helping contribute to the solution? I think will be really helpful in that. I'm gonna move to my next point. I don't know if there's any other. Okay, all right. There's other concerns that have come up that weren't necessarily addressed tonight, and I just want to know where we were with some of those. So that includes like responding to student behaviors. I think I brought that up maybe one of the first conversations that we had, and how we're supporting bus drivers with those behaviors. I've heard from some bus drivers that's with students and with some families that they are having some concerns, and how are we supporting them with that. I have a longer list. You tell me if you want me to pause or you want me to keep going, Mr. Palmer. Keep.
If you'd like, if you want to read through
All
the
right.
questions, I can. Yep.
So that student concerns one, I think about like the crossing guards. I know we had talked in our, I don't know if the meetings are running together a little bit. So I don't know if it was our last meeting or previous meeting, just talking about schools that might need some more support on that. And how do we reach out to our partners in other community in the city or to help support with that. I mean, I even just heard tonight the DMV one. We should follow up with some of our Durham delegation. If we can call the DMV and get some things moving quicker, I think that would be really helpful. And then the other one, I think, is this one also just came up tonight. We said we have a grievance policy for student concerns do we already have the procedure in place for when a parent brings a grievance or something? And I think we should be ready for whatever those next steps needs to be, because as soon as this is approved, there will be a grievance. And there will be families who say, I cannot do this. And so how are we, what's the proactive already who people need to contact? So that was a long list, I'm sorry.
Speak to the grievance, we follow the standard 1740-4010 grievance policy.
So I think people need to know where that is and how do I get to that? And is it a phone number? Is it an email? Like who do I go to? And how do we blast that out so people know what that policy is? That's a resource, Ms. Sarah Goff said. Because I just think people are gonna know and they're not gonna know where to go. So anyway, any movement on the student concerns, the crossing guards, the other Durham DMV?
Indeed, one of the, and I'll come back to this at a high level. That's going to require additional follow-up and partnership. I'm glad to hear you mention the importance of working with the county sheriff as well as the chief of police and the offices, the city and county level for law enforcement and presence. The challenge is that any one of us might see the opportunity to go out to a crosswalk and put on the old safety patrol, from when we were fifth graders and do it again. That is, candidly, we can't do that here in North Carolina under the existing statutes. So it is required that we do have partnerships with local law enforcement agencies on that front. And to that point, we, in our NCDOT award for Safe Routes to School, includes a crossing guard evaluation. Ms. Brookshire spoke a little bit about that earlier. Those are ongoing conversations with law enforcement locally to bolster up that presence. But I want to point out that not only how many crossing guards we have, and we need more, but the deployment and where those locations are. This is tying into, and one of the spot checks we were doing as we were reviewing FRZs is to ensure that the critical crossings that may not have the physical infrastructure have the human infrastructure in those instances. And in validating that, yes, indeed, at that particular school, there is a crossing guard at that location. So we do need more, and that's part of the crossing guard evaluation. We do not control the deployment, the hiring, and those attributes of a crossing guard. That is a multi-jurisdictional partnership with law enforcement.
So if I want to be a crossing guard, who do I talk to?
That would be
Is it law enforcement?
That would be the Durham Police Department. In that
Durham
instance.
Police Department, okay. We might need to put that somewhere for families who have a little, who want to contribute, and I can walk, I can stand in the here and support students as they're walking across the street. So how do we get that information out there? Student behaviors, any traction there? And that's another one where I feel like that's a cross-departmental kind of conversation.
I'm going to give you the answer that unfortunately we've not had that discussion. We've been focused on the mechanical, making the wheels on the bus go round and round. It is a very valid conversation, but it does, to your point, between the schools, between the discipline aspect of the school system, the procedures on the bus, knowing who is where at given time, it's a lot of pieces there, and the communication and then response. So that is something that we do have to consider and talk about, and I fear it's not a quick fix, because it is a mindset shift, and making sure that everyone is on the same page with expectations and follow through. So I apologize, we don't have that information for you.
We will continue to work with our building principals and assistant principals as it relates to supporting our bus drivers when there are significant challenges as it relates to behavior. Because as I mentioned, bus drivers are monitoring the dials and watching for safety and having to deal with discipline. And we heard tonight the stress associated with that. So ensuring that the bus drivers are part of the school, not only just from a cultural standpoint, but that they're speaking the same language as it relates to the behavior expectations within that school, and then knowing that they're getting support from our building administrators. In addition, we had some conversations when I met with the bus drivers around some common practices we can put in place as it relates to bus drivers knowing when there's any student really, but particular EC student or a student that may have a significant behavior challenge and some strategies that are working well in the school, how they can work well on the bus as well, and then just knowing those strategies as it relates to those particular students. And so if one of Bettina's trigger is getting in her personal space, the bus driver needs to know that, right? And so those are some things we continue to work with our building leadership with.
I think that feels really urgent and important and something that's very much within our control of how do we support bus drivers and student behaviors. And, you know, if little Johnny or whoever has been acting up for a couple days and the bus driver doesn't know, like, who do they talk to help support them with that? That just feels like something that is a part of a retention tool as well for us to help make sure that bus drivers can do the job well, you know, not have to go home stressed about kind of what student behaviors were happening.
And I'll just say at the end of the day, we will work with the schools will work with the bus drivers work with the parents, we'll work with the parents to support us in that. But at the end of the day, there may be some more severe consequences as it relates to ridership on the bus.
I mean, I want all of our students to have access to the bus and understand that there's clear expectations when you're on the bus, right, of what we expect from you behavior-wise. Grievance policy procedure. We're gonna work on getting something done. Okay. Sorry, let me go through my list to make sure I covered everything. I do know that there's a lot of community members who are also just interested in supporting DPS on this issue. I don't know if there's any interest in starting a community advisory group or something that just kind of talks about this. Like I have, you know, people who are coming up to me, not a parent of the school system, but they want to do something. They want to work on recruitment. They want to do an organizing strategy. Like they want to do stuff. And I want to figure out how we harness that energy because we need that energy. And so I will leave it to staff to figure out what that might look like. But I think that there's a lot of folks who are interested in that. And Ms. Byer kind of brought this up, but I do want us to think about policy and guidance around who can walk by themselves, what the liability is here, because I know that's a concern that's come up. And I think we need to have really clear guidance on what that means for school leaders when it comes to releasing a student for transportation. Sorry, there's one more question about follow-up. In the original presentations, we also talked about after-school staff to support students who are waiting for buses and that kind of thing. I have a feeling that we're still going to be in that students are waiting around for somebody to come get them. Is there any strategies or finances that I know a part of the questions was financial modeling of how to support staff who have to stay with students, either who got to school too early or who are waiting for a parent to pick them up. Because I imagine you might end up with more students whose parents are like, I can't get my elementary school kid at 2:15. I'll be there at 4. You know, so what are we doing with that student who might still be there? And I don't know if we've had any more conversations around that.
So I don't know that there's necessarily been conversations around those, but those are matters that building level principals generally, you know, manage at, I'm sorry. So those matters, building level principals, you know, tend to manage on a site base, and largely because that's largely driven by the size of the staff, the options that they have. We have had principals who have made any number of efforts to address that through a number of strategies. You know, some have gone to the use of extra duty support. Others have used restructuring of the specific assignment of individuals that are working at the school. So for instance, we might take a teacher assistant and have them shift the structure of their day so that they arrive 30 minutes early and leave 30 minutes late. And in that kind of way, we're able to provide that kind of support and oversight for those students without necessarily incurring additional cost for the school. So we have, you know, continued to try to support schools as they look to do that based on what they see as their specific needs and based on what's available for them, you know, within their budgets. So that has generally been the approach, and that is what we would likely continue to do. Obviously, you know, as we shift into this mode, presumably, if we identify the reality that this is becoming a much more systemic scenario that we need to, you know, take a broader look at, we certainly would do that. But generally, we've counted on principals to use their creativity to figure out how to do that. Because again, that's a very significantly different structure if I'm the principal of a school with 150 kids versus a principal of a school with 700 kids, right? And so we certainly want to allow them the flexibility to do what they need to do and provide them with that support as we can.
I appreciate that answer, and I hope that we're, again, being proactive to say, principals, we know this might be a challenge. Here's, call us so we can help you think through this and support you through that. Because I think that's going to also be just important. It was in kind of, I think when we had originally like 6 different priority or 6 different options around transportation. It was in that presentation from a while ago. I will just say, I don't know if this is possible, but I am curious to know, once we start communicating with families around this, what families say I can't do this. And I don't know if there's even a window to make a or maybe it's a, families, you're in the, if we move forward with the family responsibility zone, this is the grievance policy, and we're able to track how many people are coming in on that policy. I'm very worried that we're shifting who can't get to school. And I think I've said that several times. And I still worry that, somebody who might have had a bus regularly now doesn't have a bus regularly. And now will they be able to get to school is my question. And so I don't know if that's possible to kind of track which families who are in this, who could be impacted. How many are like, we actually can't make this work. That's just a thought. And we haven't talked about express stops, but I think I shared the last time that I wasn't in support of starting that in the middle of the school year. I think a lot of families have counted on us doing transportation, and I know it's a really important way to help relieve the routes, but I just, again, worry we're shifting who can get to school and not. So I just want to state that as well for everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Umstead. Ms. Carter-Otten.
I'll try to be brief because it's getting late, but I just, I wanted to follow up because I do have the same concerns that Ms. Umstead is expressing, and I appreciate Ms. Byer referencing the policy earlier and then us talking about the grievance policy. I guess I'm left, if we have a parent, I think through all of your modeling and through what's being put into place, hopefully we won't have many of these. But if we have a parent who's just like, I cannot do this. It is my job. I lose my job or my kid doesn't go to school. They go to their principal and they tell them that. The principal then points them to policy 1740. Is that what happens? Because as a board member, can't even, this is a lot for me to sift through. And so I guess when we talk about procedures, I'm wondering if we could have something that's more clear that school principals have, that they can hand to parents or walk them through, here's what you need to do. Because I worry that even if we track the grievances, that's going to be a handful of parents who have the privilege to be able to sift through, find board docs. I'd never even seen board docs for a board member. Find board docs, sift through this board policy, figure it out, then take the initiative to go through all these different steps, right? So I guess from my perspective, we need some clear, easy to understand, easy to follow procedures. Not saying we open the floodgates, but I just need a mechanism before we take this vote. I need some kind of mechanism to protect those families whose kids may not go to school or who may be at risk of other negative outcomes for their family. If we push this through without clear processes in place and just saying, well, we got 1740, we're good.
So let me, if I could take a stab at that one, I think a couple of things that I'd want to share. With respect to, I think the point you were making, my fervent hope is that if that happens, the principal's response is not going to be to go from that conversation to the grievance policy. And if I know our school leaders, there will be a significant amount of time spent between that complaint and that step where that principal will spend time pulling together every resource available to them to try to identify a way to support that family in that specific need. That having been said, I certainly will work with principal supervisors, and I think we can work on pulling together some documentation that we can provide to principals that would provide them with some guidance about how we would want to see them move through those kinds of situations in terms of supporting parents and helping them understand the grievance policy if we have to get to that point. So, because I think your point is well made. That is a dense policy to look at, and we can certainly look at how we might put together a step by step that will help parents if we get to that point. But again, I think the principals that we have in our district, in most instances, I think will work very diligently to identify ways to help parents, navigate those kinds of situations to the extent that it's possible.
I hear that, and I know that you're right, but what I worry there is that then we're just saying principals will take care of it. They're going to handle it, and that means principals are staying late with kids. They're giving kids rides home when they, they're having to make it work, and they're not being given what they need from the administration to be able to make it as easy as possible for them. That's my concern.
Well, I hope what I'm saying is that we are going to give them what they need to make it as easy as possible, and recognize, again, the notion here is that, I want to be clear, when we look at a situation and we're talking about a bus, for instance, we had a parent that come from a school today and talk about that school having struggled with, transportation before the rotational piece, and that school having a couple of buses that were experiencing significant difficulty getting those buses to school. That's 75, 80 kids, right? Hopefully, as we look at this model, and the structures that we're putting in place, we're going to be shifting away from scenarios where principals are having to think about how to address this as an issue with 75 to 80 kids, to a scenario where hopefully there are one or two families in that school community that find themselves in this place. And those principals will have, their pulse on the finger of their fingers on the pulse of that community in a way that won't necessarily mean that they have to drive those, students back and forth. But the principal is the person who's going to know when little Johnny's mom come and say, I can't get my kid here. That principal will know that, down the street from little Johnny, there's a family that drives, and that they might be able to make that connection with that family, that certainly we're not able to make at the district level, right? And so I don't want to give the impression that we're going to say to principals, hey, you got to go figure all this out. What I'm saying is that they're going to have, the wherewithal to do that, and we're certainly going to provide them with the support they need to make that happen, because it's going to be a different, level of possibility when we're talking about one or two families as opposed to 80 families, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is for action. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the board adopt the family responsibility zones as presented by staff.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Carter-Otten, to adopt the family responsibility zones as presented by staff. Is there any discussion? I think we've had plenty. I do want to share with my colleagues that myself and Vice Chair Carter-Otten have been in touch with the city, the mayor, about the crosswalk concerns. Hopefully we'll get some traction, get some updates soon. Ms. Chavez.
This is Emily Chavez, and I vote aye.
Mr. Tabb.
Aye.
Ms. Carter-Otten.
Aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff.
Aye.
Ms. Umstead?
No.
And I vote aye. It passes 6-1.
Would you be willing to accept a second motion on the express bus stops?
Administration has said they didn't need a motion for express bus stops. That they could do those without
Somehow
board
I
approval.
glazed over at that point, but that would be good, but, that's good. If you don't need it,
So I just,
That is,
we don't, you're fine. So my understanding is we don't need a motion for express bus stops. And I think we're expecting administration to come back and tell us when they plan to implement, if they plan to implement express bus. You need so you need direction that the board is okay with express bus stops. Ms. Byer, did you want to offer a motion about express bus stop? I mean, you said there didn't need to be a motion. I don't know how else the board would communicate with administration that we're okay with express bus stops.
yeah, I am willing to make a motion. I had separated them out because I heard folks have different concerns about different options, and I wanted to leave room for that and not force a vote that, and I see lawyers, I don't know if it's straw poll or a thumbs up.
Dr.
is what you
Giovanni?
wanna- What do you want?
Mr. Malone?
I guess I'm just not 100% sure what the question from the board is. Are you asking whether it's, so staff has said that they don't need a motion. Are you asking whether they need a motion even though they're saying they don't need a motion?
Dr. Lewis is asking for consensus from the board that we're okay with moving forward with express bus stops. And how does the board communicate consensus without a motion in a formal meeting?
Well, no, you would need a motion to communicate that. Yes.
Okay.
But
Dr. Lewis,
can I take a look at that's not in this policy though. Right.
But we've done that before, like whenever we want to make
the question is, do you need a consensus? We have determined with our attorney that we have to make a motion to establish consensus. The question is, do you need information about, do you need us to approve implementation, or are you asking us to approve the policy, the idea of express routes?
Are you asking to authorize further planning and then you'll bring it back to the board? Or are you asking now for us to authorize the implementation also?
Yes, that's exact guidance that we would need. If the board is okay tonight for us to move forward with express stops, we need that consensus. If the board still has questions and we need further planning, we need that direction as well, so we can bring that back. That makes sense.
With the implementation goal of still January 17th, I think is what was on the slide.
Yes, Matthew.
January
that
8th
correct?
or 20-something. I think the 17th is a Friday, so
The 17th is a Friday, so after we come
that
back from
after
holiday,
MLK Day.
depending on the calendar. Yep, 21 and 22.
I would move that we authorize administration to continue planning express bus stops for secondary magnet schools. Is that enough of a motion to? Yeah.
Second.
Yeah, I think I said I would authorize the administration to continue planning express bus stops for secondary magnet schools.
With the,
What, did I?
It's,
If it needs to be stronger than that, then help me wordsmith what you need. I
I would assume communication of families needs to happen earlier rather than later, so.
Yeah, we definitely have to get that communication out. And so was that planning mean we need to bring something back on the 9th or the 9th will be the board meeting. But I also want to hear from our transportation team, and I wanted to be crystal clear for the board around the impact of just fully implementing family responsibility zones and the possibility of not implementing the express stops on the 4-day rotational services. Does that make sense?
It does. We want to be clear-eyed about, and again, going back earlier, we looked at least 6 tactics to address a labor shortage and more service demand than theirs. These 2 adjoined address first, second, and third tiers, and it's helpful to think through those 3, elementary, middle, and high. So yes, to the point, the family responsibility zones, we've modeled that out. We've done the bootstrapped work to find 20 buses there. The additional transportation savings from express stops yield an additional direct 8, but then, and that is a conservative number, it's getting us to the point where one driver not being able to be at work that day is not having an impact for 300 children. That's what we're trying to get out of that cycle of, like, I hope the board can appreciate that is where we landed on those 2 recommendations from a implementation and board approval perspective.
So it's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez to implement express stops for secondary magnet schools. Is there any discussion? That wasn't her motion. What was the motion? To plan, continue to plan, not implement. So what would trigger implementation?
I'm willing to make it implement if that is what is needed. I do think that our families need the communication and clarity quickly. If Ms. Chavez would second that with that verb modification.
Second.
For implementation. Ms. Carter Otten has discussion.
I've forgotten it. Oh, it's not all secondary schools. That was one. So it's not all secondary magnet schools. Is that an issue, or because this is just authorizing you to continue what you've started? You're just going to continue with the 3 that we've discussed? Because that feels different to me than throwing in the other secondary magnet programs.
Just kind of really quickly, high level, go over exactly, because we didn't spend a lot of time on on express stops tonight. So I want the board to be crystal clear on what they're giving administration direction on.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. To summarize, we currently offer express stop service already at Creative Studies for the AM service. We are looking at that for Creative Studies, to be specific, Rogers Her and Durham School of the Arts, those 3 schools, for now AM and PM service. We are working with our school leadership on the finalization of those exact locations, which will then go into the communication to parents from the administration with regards to any service changes and the location and implications of that for individual families. That is a conversation that we're having directly with families as well as with our school leaders. So that's consistent across the 3 schools. And at the same time, being clear, we're talking about AM and PM service at those 3 schools. So it is it is a PM change for Creative Studies, and for Rogers Her and DSA, it is AM and PM express hub stop service to a regional middle and high school within your area. And those locations, we've been able to drill down and look specifically, where do students live and where would those locations be most accessible? So wanted to be clear about, it is a service change, to Dr. Lewis's point, and we are very open-eyed about the importance of that in conjunction with the family responsibility zones gets us to that healthy level of daily service.
Thank you. That's helpful to have that additional clarity. And I remember my other question was, am I understanding correctly that if we were to authorize the family responsibility zones, but not the express stops, that then we might still have buses not showing up here and there, or we might have to continue rotational coverage, or what are the, real plainly, the implications of this?
That's right. That's right. Several of the scenarios that you've walked out, we would have to continue to have those tactics for consideration for deployment. We aren't there yet. We have reinforcements on the way, drivers in the queue, as we talked about early in this presentation. Again, the pass rates in conjunction with every day, we can talk about a different staffing level number as we bring in drivers. We are mindful of a lot of the conversations we've been having about, and I want to credit Dr. Lewis, retention is as important as recruitment. It goes both ways. So as simple as I can say, we are asking for both. We have, we appreciate the board's support on policy and in regards to implementation of practice. This is a service change for those 3 schools.
Okay, and I do feel like I have more information about family responsibility zones, so it feels more clear to me. So just to, with express stops, it feels like, I know you've said to a middle or high school in their region. I guess I'm still concerned about the distance from somebody's house. Some of our regions are quite large, so the distance from somebody's house to an express stop, we still don't have that information that you could share with the board? Like how, with the express or the family responsibility zones, I'm feel more comfortable with that because I know how far they might have to walk or ride a bike. But here, it's a little bit of a black box to me, and I'm again concerned about kids not being able to get to school if there's no other way for them to get there. So.
There were a couple of important considerations of locating express stops at middle and high schools. One of them is transit access. And again, in partnership with Go Durham. And I think Chair Rogers mentioned those entrees, those exchanges with city and county partners. We're seeing that now on the staffing side too, folks reaching out and saying, let's huddle on how we can improve service at a particular school. So I want to thank the board and leadership for that support. Those express stop locations are critical for access. As we're locating, and I'm trying to answer the question directly, we have staff here who have done, truly hundreds of hours on this exact topic. Those locations being accessible nearest to where our students are clustered and living is accelerating options of how to get there. Yes, the passenger vehicle, if the family has that mode, but also transit access, walk, bike, any of those means getting to your nearest school there and providing service from there to your final destination. So we're intentional about, we have some large schools that can be inaccessible. We're also trying to find additional opportunities to bring those stops nearest to where our students are located as possible.
Dr. Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Palmer mentioned in his presentation a conservative estimate. And the numbers that we believe that the express stops will yield as far as routes, drivers, availability, we view that as a minimum. And we're not prepared to say expect this many more. But we believe that as we implement and adjust as we go along, the potential is there for this to even yield some more drivers, some more routes down the road as it becomes more fluid and efficient. And that is only good news. So there is optimism above and beyond what we reported. There is optimism of what we can find. I'm not ready to go on record and say we're going to grant this many more, but it does look promising. The routing looks promising, and the potential looks promising beyond the number that we shared. So if that helps.
Ms. Hempstead.
I know if we're, for the express stops, we'd be at different schools. Have we had conversations with staff at those schools about where kids will be, who will be there, who's monitoring and supervising children who are going to be in those stops, all that?
Yes, ma'am. Today at 1:30, we had a wonderful spirited conversation where we embraced their concerns and their questions of those, not only the ones we are confirmed that would be a stop or a site of gathering for children, but ones that could potentially. And in the about an hour and 15 that we were in there today, lots of questions, then lots of ideas and lots of collaboration with, and we shared with them the same thing we shared with the elementary principals. that we not only want, we need and just actually covet the cooperation because they're the experts on their schools. Issues like we can't put it there because we have carpool, but how about here? So the collaborative problem solving. And then after the meeting was over, Mr. Palmer and his team stayed on to address individual concerns and help brainstorm and offer resources. So that was a long answer just to say, yes, ma'am, we have had those meetings.
I appreciate that. I'm glad to know. It feels like, again, another opportunity where we could have done this 3 weeks ago when we first had this conversation, so it doesn't feel like it's something that's kind of being sprung on folks at the same time.
Thank you. Okay. So the motion is to continue to research, implement express stops for School for Creative Studies, Durham School of Arts, Rogers Herb before and after school. Ms. Chavez,
This is Emily Chavez. I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
No.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold-Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
No.
and I vote no. So the motion fails with a 3-3 vote. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry. Jessica said no. I said no. Bettina said no. It was 3-3. Ms. Chavez said. Yep. Thank you for your help, Dr. King. Thank you, Mr. Palmer, transportation team, Director Harris. We appreciate you all, Dr. Webb.
I did want to ask, that motion didn't pass, but I also recognize that y'all are asking for this to help alleviate where we are with transportation. So I don't know if there are something you need to bring back or something we need, or are we just saying no as a board? I just want to be mindful of this is a part of the 1-2 package, as Mr. Palmer says, of how we're working to fix this issue.
Ms. Harold-Goff.
Thank you for raising that, Ms. Umstead. The reason why I hesitated was because it goes back to what you were saying about the implementation and the planning and the implementation. And I'm interested in what we need to bring forward in order to implement a solution. And I'm caught up on what I'm hearing is that we want in the planning for there to be quick and robust community engagement, especially around resources. Like if a family, if somebody comes and says, my child needs a ride, this is not working for me, knowing that we're not just going to throw them out, we're going to do this. And, even if it's a single person, I understand that this is going on, but how they access that was the only missing piece for me. We know that this is complicated. And so we want to take care with our community because we know it's going to impact them. And so with this motion, is there a way to make this motion and to assure that that is part of the implementation, is that we're going to have clear with the grievance policy, clear things around resources that families can access if they come and say, my child is home alone, what am I gonna do? You know, or I can't afford an Uber. These kinds of like practical things that families are going to come with. That is the thing that gives me pause, gives me the hesitation. We want to move quickly. We want to solve the problem. Transportation is working on it. They have these solutions. That was my only hesitation. So is there a way to make a motion that way? So that before we implement, we know that we'll be ready for that because the community is going to come to us with that. Can we make another motion? What do we need?
The
in
nature
order
of the
to
motion
implement?
would have to be different,
Yeah, okay.
and the intent of the motion would have to be different. Right? Maybe not implementation, because it seems like the board's not ready for implementation. Dr. Lewis?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to speak to as we think about, we know what we're currently experiencing as it relates to the driver shortage. I don't have a crystal ball to determine if that driver shortage is going to get better or is going to get worse. But what I do know for a fact is that we are going to implement the secondary part of Growing Together next year. And so as we think about, again, setting the system up for success, is it no, not right now? Or is it we will consider implementing express stops if we had additional information on X, or if there was a level of engagement around this. And so as we think about the tactics that were presented, and this was one that we want to, we were presenting to ensure that we can get back to the 5. And I think the team can take this information back and get us some, the board some information as it relates to now that we have the family walk zones, what does this mean for 4-day rotation? So those were my comments as it relates to, is it no to express stops forever, or is it no tonight? But if you bring this back, or what additional steps do we need as we think about long-term setting the system up for success?
Well, so since a lot of people had hesitations about, at least what I heard was concerns about families that had scheduled and been promised this through their magnet application last year, would members of the board be willing to entertain a motion of exploration of express stops for the 3 schools identified for the 25-26 school year? Is that a motion that's different enough, if I made it, that we could continue to keep that in exploration for the following school year?
But would need to also be on applications that are up real soon, right? Like our families are making choices or applications will open soon for application programs. And so I think I'm okay with exploring, but I'm just mindful of people should know there's an option. There may be an option that you need to provide transportation to an express stop.
Ms. Carter-Otten?
Yeah, that feels very different to me, and I would absolutely be in favor of that, and I would vote to, right now,
Are
to
you speaking
implement.
to Ms.
as
Umstead's
To
thoughts or Ms. Byer?
To Ms. Byer, because she'd asked the board's appetite for that, and if that changed things for them. For me, part of the hesitation is around doing this in the middle of the year in a way, and with still some unknowns around the support that could be provided for families, the opt-out systems, of what's going to be given to schools, the distance from the express stop and how kids are going to get there besides like their city buses. So if we were to say, next meeting, we'll have more of that information and maybe we implement later this year, and/or we plan right now to go ahead and implement in the next school year, and that gives us plenty of time to prepare and to allow families to know what to expect when they submit their magnet applications.
Ms. Byer, were you offering a motion?
Move that we authorize the administration to plan for express stop service that what it's called? Sorry. For School for Creative Studies, Rogers Her and DSA for the 25-26 school year.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten to authorize administration to plan for express stop service for Rogers Her, DSA, and School for Creative Studies for the 25-26 school year. Is there discussion? Ms. Umstead?
This answer can be real, if it can be, Mr. Palmer, brief. But Dr. Lewis, I heard you talk about secondary growing together happening next year. And it is my understanding that growing together is to support transportation because schools will be closer, students will be closer to schools that they may be attending. So I don't want us to get in a place where we're saying that growing together is causing this crisis, because I think I remember, Mr. Palmer, you talking about before, growing together is actually helpful. We just have a shortage of people. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is one of the points that we would want to continue to lift up to the board. And with empathy of understanding this is complex
Right.
and that is correct, yes.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that we're clear about that for the folks that are watching.
Dr. Webb?
Thank you, ma'am. Pertinent to this conversation and this vote, but also more pertinent to Dr. Lewis's statement about either or and removing the 4-day rotation. Mr. Palmer, can you remind us of those numbers of what that looks like, just so we're clear-eyed? The number of stops needed and that will yield out of the family responsibility zones currently.
Thank you, Dr. Webb. Currently, again, the rotational coverage has demonstrated for us that number of 25 is essential. That has been our landmark in this last few weeks in communication with the board. We'd love to get to 30 rad saved. Truthfully, with the family responsibility zones, that'll get us up to 20. Again, that is looking at still a shortage of service. That is looking at a shortage of service. So I'm talking with my staff right now, again, to be aware that rotational coverage as it's currently designed is designed to address the gaps in service. Right? We've taken it across the district, but family responsibility zones alone will not address the shortage of service providers we call bus drivers. So I want to be clear about that we are saying to the board and the administration, those two interventions of the 6 that we originally looked at, those were the 2 that were most ready to implement.
And if I may, simply, it looks like at current rate, after tonight's decision, we would still have a shortage of buses with only yielding 20, needing 25. So there would potentially be some rotational coverage would continue in some format. So we just wanted to share that with you until such time we have sufficient drivers.
Ms. Umstead?
We don't need to talk about this tonight because we have talked about it a lot, but I was under the impression no matter what we decided, rotational coverage was going to end on the 17th of January. So maybe we come back in our work session in January to talk about this rotational, if rotational needs to continue even with this implementation, because that feels a little confusing for me personally.
Well, if we had voted differently, though, rotational coverage would end. Is that, I mean, hopefully, right? We're still in the,
That has
that
been
was
our
the
plan.
plan.
It's
Yeah.
been our plan. Yes, ma'am.
Colleagues, is there any further discussion? Ms. Chavez?
This is Emily Chavez. I vote aye.
Okay, I'm sorry. So this is the authorization of administration to plan for express service for 25-26.
Oh, wait, maybe we do have more discussion.
Okay, so then maybe there is more discussion.
I'm not comfortable with continuing rotational bus service past the 17th, and I feel like we asked that and you like kind of said that we might have to do that, but it was not very clear before we took the vote. At least it didn't feel clear to me, because I'm not ready to commit for us to do that. That does not feel like it's sustainable to me.
Colleagues, thank you, Ms. Carter Otten. Colleagues, my question. I don't think any of us want rotational coverage to continue. But I don't think we came in understanding that you needed us to take action on the express stops, nor do we. It's quite possible we don't have the information we need to say yes to express stops. So I'm asking my colleagues, would they be open to a special meeting to discuss that? And in early January, with more information about the express stops, with the questions answered, it still doesn't get over the hurdle of starting this mid-year. And is there other information that we all need to move us closer to approving express stops? Ms. Harold-Goff.
I don't feel like any more discussion or special meetings is going to make me feel any better about any of this. I feel like we have to do something. This is where, again, we got to trust the people. People become trustworthy. So we have to do something because it's a crisis situation. What I'm concerned about is that in our action of doing something, you know, there's the transparency of resources, what I'm concerned about. And so I don't feel like I want to see rotational, like they've already said, that is a very fragile Band-Aid that is on the situation right now. My concern is that, no, we don't have all the answers about rotational services and things like that, but if it can at least, you know, what can we do quickly to address the barriers that will be created? And can we move forward so that we can let the work continue? I don't necessarily want to wait another, wait till the next school year. If we have to do it in the middle of the year, then my question is, can we have some solutions for the barriers for our families when they come to us? Because there is no way to move forward and take care of all of it. We know that we're trading, 3 coins in this bucket for 4 coins in this bucket. There's always going to be something in the air. I think our community wants us to move forward with solutions. So I don't want to stifle the forward motion, but I also want the community engagement. Do we have the capacity does the staff have the capacity to problem solve those resources with all these different components, so that when the families address us, when they come and say, I can't get my child to school, well, we know you need to talk to your principal. When we're working we have this in place to, try to figure out resources for our 2 kids over here, or that's what I'm concerned about. Is that stuff in place? And just like, sometimes we do a really good job of communicating district-wide about what's happening, and sometimes people miss it. So I'm trying to prepare for what we're going to miss, because we're imperfect, so that we can continue to move the action forward. You don't address a crisis by just continuing to plan for it. You have to, at some point, we have to try something. We have to do it. So, and I still want the information. So that's where I am. I don't really want to wait. And I don't think that I agree with Ms. Carter Otten. I don't know if holding on to the possibility of rotational service feels like the right move beyond January 17th or whenever we said.
Ms. Carter Otten.
I wonder if there would be interest in a motion to move forward with the express stops, with the agreement that there's no more rotational coverage and that at our next meeting, additional information comes to us with clear procedures in place for families for whom this presents too large of a hardship. So the same thing we were asking with family responsibility zones. So not just the policy, but the procedures, and more information to just flesh out for us how we're supporting schools through this. So we vote on it with the agreement that then we get that information on the back end. Knowing that's not ideal, we would prefer to have had it earlier, but we have to move forward with something.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is for the 25-26 school year. I am open to having a conversation about that middle ground. Ms. Byer.
Yeah, I'm just looking for advice from parliamentary folks on how we move forward and don't get box ourselves out of where we're making the same motion multiple times, and I can withdraw motions. But I'm wondering if anyone that voted on the no on the other side would like to change their vote with the stipulations that Ms. Carter Otten has spoken to. I think some might and some might not.
Ms. Simpson. Oh,
I
I'm
was
sorry,
asking, I was
parliamentary.
asking.
So because it was a tie, it didn't really get defeated. It just didn't pass. So I do think this is a situation where you could make a similar motion if you were so inclined, because this is not a situation where the motion was defeated and then you would need to have voted on the prevailing side for some version of reconsideration.
So could I modify my motion that we do sort of what Ms. Carter Otten said, which is authorize it for, as a solution to end rotational coverage, that it comes forward in January 9th with more detail and a clear kind of grievance kind of procedure, right? Yeah, yeah. That's what my new motion is, Ms. Chavez. Are you still with us and maybe
Yes.
willing to second that?
Ms.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes, second to that. And then I also have a comment.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I like this motion, better than the original motion. I think if we're going to, have a more robust conversation about the support and, structures in place to, ensure that all kids get to school with these changes, I do favor having a separate meeting. We have talked about transportation for nearly 3 hours. And we have, at our last couple meetings, also spent a lot of time on transportation. I think given the nature of this being a crisis, it is appropriate to set aside, an additional time, from our regular work sessions and board meetings to discuss it. So I will just toss that out there that I'm in favor of having a separate time to dig into this when we're not pushing back other things.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ms. Umstead?
Can we just restate the motion, please?
To authorize administration to plan for express service as a solution to end rotational coverage beginning in January, and to bring back the plans at the work session January 9th.
So this means that we would decide on January 9th. I see a head shaking, so it would still be to start in 25, 26.
No, we would decide tonight, it would be to start as a effort to end rotational coverage this year.
So on January 9th, we're receiving more information, but we would be saying yes to it tonight.
That's correct.
That's just helpful for my clarity. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez,
This is Emily Chavez and I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
I vote no, and I really want to say I do appreciate y'all transportation for all the things you're doing. I think I'm really just concerned about students and families, so I want to say thank you and appreciate you. Please don't hear this as a slight to the work that y'all do, so thank you.
All the things Ms. Umstead said and no. But it passes 4-2. Thank you. Colleagues, can we take a 5-minute recess? So I'll see you at 11. Yes.
Chair Rogers,
Yes.
may I say something just before we take our recess?
Sure.
I am concerned about the time and the number of things we have on our agenda. I want to ask if there are any agenda items that could be reasonably postponed to January. And I think that's best a question for Dr. Lewis.
Other than Dr. Lassane not being here in January, I don't think there's anything that's time sensitive. I'm looking at the team. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Chromebooks, we gotta approve that. Yeah. And policy. Is it policy time sensitive?
And we can work through the strategic priority presentation without Dr. Lassane if need be. It will be difficult in January, but we can make that work.
Yeah.
Figure out how to make that happen.
You don't want to go out with a bang.
I'm sure she does, but I think she probably would rather just go out at this point, this time of night.
So did I hear correctly that Chromebooks needs action, but the other items do not?
7921 needs action. And I'm looking at Dr. King just to confirm that Chromebooks need action tonight or,
You mean two?
okay.
Because I think it might be able to wait.
Okay,
Okay. We can discuss during recess, I'm assuming. I'm sorry.
We're
this is
gonna
not my
take a
meeting.
5-minute.
It's not my meeting.
Take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back at 11:13 now.
I was told that was. You remember, I paid for your movement.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you all for your patience. Um, the next item on our agenda is the RFP for board governance training. Colleagues, I have put this back on our agenda for discussion today. We had several vendors apply to support us with governance training, and we appreciate their application. I think that we need to offer administration a little more time to get our funding options available to us going forward. And we also owe a response to each of the vendors. And so I wondered if there was a motion to decline the offers for governance training at this time, with an opportunity to review in the future. Not for this fiscal year, but maybe some other academic year.
Madam Chair, I would move that we decline moving forward with any proposal for board governance training at this time.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff, that we decline moving forward with board governance training at this time. All those, is there any discussion? Ms. Chavez,
This is Emily Chavez, and I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you. The next Oh, at this time, I'd also like to extend an opportunity to amend the agenda. Ms. Carter.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda, given the time of night, and just try to keep the items that are critical to make decisions on this evening. And as such, I'd like to remove item 5 under academic services, 5B, the strategic plan priority 3 update, and move it to the January 9th meeting.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Carter Otten and seconded by Ms. Chavez to move the strategic plan priority 3 update to the January 9th work session. All those in favor, or is there any discussion? Ms. Chavez,
This is Emily Chavez. I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is Policy 7921, Classified Personnel Reduction. Dr. Giovanni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Lewis, board members. I would like to make an amendment to the précis that you see before you on policy 7921. Administration is withdrawing its request to waive second reading, so this policy comes before the board for first reading only. This policy was adopted initially, 7921, in 2020 by the board, and all boards across North Carolina have a classified personnel reduction policy as well as a certified personnel reduction policy. Upon review of this policy, it was determined that we are recommending that it be amended to track the reduction in personnel that we find for certified staff so that it is more equitable and equal when in the event of financial shortfalls, declining enrollment, or district reorganization decisions, it becomes necessary for the superintendent to request approval of the board for a reduction in force for any of those various reasons. I'm not going to read the précis for you. I'm happy to entertain any questions. I do want to point out that the track changes version of the policy was inadvertently not included in board docs, and I will add that later. So what you have right now in board docs is the current version and then the clean version, but you don't have the version that shows the track changes to that policy. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I do think that given the withdrawal of the request for a second reading, there's not perhaps as much, given the time, as much need for a robust discussion as the board is not being asked to take any action. But happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Umstead.
I just want to, can we get the track change version in the agenda for the next meeting and maybe sent to us as well?
Yeah, I will be submitting it this evening.
Thank you.
But I didn't want to do that because it seemed not transparent, so I wanted to say it, and then I will submit that this evening so that the public can see it as well. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Thank you.
Just to confirm, bringing it back.
Bringing it back for a second read.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I would
Oh, you
move
need a motion?
approval of revised policy 7921 for first reading to bring to our January 9th work session for second reading.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to bring policy 7921 back to the board for a second read on January 9th work session. Is there any discussion? Ms. Chavez?
This is Emily Chavez. I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff?
Aye.
Ms. Umstead?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you for bringing this policy forward. It passed for a second read on January 9th. The next item on our agenda is academic services, Chromebook sustainability. Dr. King.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good evening, board members. At this time, I'll call our interim executive director for IT services, Paul Majimbi, to the stand. To the podium.
Yep, midnight stand, yes. Good evening, board members, Dr. Lewis, cabinet members. In the interest of time, we'll try to make this pretty fast and summarized. But yeah, we're here today to present an update on the district's one-to-one Chromebook program. We'll give you a little overview of what the statistics look like right now, some of the challenge that we're looking at, and steps for sustainability, which will include the recommendations we're making tonight. Kick off the slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, to kick off the slide, I wanted to acknowledge that team right there. Our Director of IT Support, Angela Atkinson, who's here tonight, Anya Zaidman, our IT Project Manager, Deep T, our SQL Database Developer, and Ginika, who's our IT Asset Control Manager. That team has worked tirelessly for the last 1 to 2 months to make sure that the numbers that we have make sense. They've been working with the schools, with the tech champions, with anybody out there to make sure that that the numbers that we have in our system do make sense, that way we can make informed decisions. So I just want to acknowledge them that they've been working tirelessly tonight. Next slide. Real quick, I wanted to give you a little history of where we've come from and how we're here and why we call this protecting our investment. In 2020, we purchased that many Chromebooks, 20,000 of them, approximately $7.23 million. 2021, we bought additional Chromebooks using ESSA funds. 2022, we did the same thing. We bought 8,000 Chromebooks using ESSA funds and ECF funds. 2023-24, we bought 4,000 Chromebooks, again, using the last bits of ESSA funds that were out there, approximately 1.89 million. And this year is why we're here, trying to, again, keep our fleet going, and we are recommending buying an additional 1,500 Chromebooks using PRC 15, which is the school technology fund from the state. And we're hoping these will, again, help us leap to the next year. But I just want to give you a little overview of where we've been and how we've been leaping along. Next slide. So yeah, the team that I looked at, the team that I acknowledged before, this is the work they've been working on. Currently with the enrollment that's eligible to receive a Chromebook, because pre-K does not receive one-to-one Chromebook, we have 31,931 Chromebooks that are active out there. Now, all these some might be in the closet, some might be sitting somewhere, but from the inventory reconciled, we're sure that 31,000 Chromebooks are out there in circulation. Of those, 27,957 have been assigned actively to students. Now, this number was taken 2 weeks ago, so this number has gone up from 27 to probably 29,000 because we just distributed close to 1,900 Chromebooks at Riverside in the past 2 days. Yesterday and today, right? Yep. So yeah, that number has gone up on the assigned Chromebooks has gone up, which again leaves us with a gap of maybe 2,000 Chromebooks that we're still, again, the team is actively working with the schools to discover them, either report them missing and lost or damaged, but yeah, we're trying to find them. So that's that number there. We have 866 opt-outs. And again, that number could change, but as of time we made these slides, which was again a week and a half ago, there were 166 students who had opted out. But yeah, just want to give you a real quick overview of what's out there. And again, we are vigorously working with schools to make sure that that inventory is up to date. And we give the schools 4 weeks to get us, up to date. And yeah, from what we've seen, they've done tremendous work to give us some real numbers out there. Next slide, please. Again, I want to give you some overview on the Chromebook losses that we're facing. We've tried to summarize it over the years, 2021, 22. We've seen 1,488 Chromebooks, 22-23, 1,802 Chromebooks, 23-24, 1,122, and 2024-25, sad to say, but we're on track to get into the thousands there. But just want to give you a little overview of what it looks like that we're losing. We can see that in high schools, that's where the biggest number is. And some of 134, the 134 number, that's Ignite. That's where we saw those losses out there. Next slide, please. Now, associating costs with the losses that we've gained, and I think this is a picture I wanted to paint out there, that we are losing money every year. Every year we are losing money. The financial impact of missing and stolen Chromebooks from the numbers that I've shown you is $2.3 million so far. Again, if we don't mitigate or slow down this loss, we're going to be losing money every year. So I just want to point out the numbers out there And this cost is, if you go to the next slide, please. Yeah, that cost that you're seeing was derived from this. Right now, a Chromebook costs us $467. Try to break it down on how it's split out. So yeah, the cost that we came out to, the $2.3 million, comes out of this figure right here. Next slide. Again, wanted to point out the repairs. So the other ones were the losses, the missing and lost, but just also wanted to point out the repairs, because that's another challenge that we're facing out there. 22-23, we repaired 4,956 devices. 23-24, we repaired 7,530 devices. Next slide, please. This year, and just to make sure we don't confuse the two slides, the years that I've summarized on previous slide, those were devices. Most times when a device goes in, one device might have 6 repairs. The screen could be broken, the keyboard, the battery damaged, the mouse pad. So this year we started by tracking how many repairs are we having every month. And at the end of the year, we'll summarize those into how many devices were those. But in July, we sent out Chromebooks that faced 4,595 repairs. In August, we had 2,000 Chromebook repairs. In September, we had 600 repairs. And last month, November, we had 647 Chromebook repairs. And like I said, at the end of the year, we already summarize and say how many devices experienced all these repairs. One device could have 6 repairs. One device could have 1 repair. So that's what these numbers show, that these are the repairs that we're facing every month. Next slide, please. All right, so next part of this, like I said, we're trying to devise means on how we sustain this program. It's becoming a challenge. We're losing money. Chromebooks are getting broken, getting lost. So we're trying to see how can we get ahead of this. We've been talking to educators. We've talked to principals. We've talked to Tech Champion. We sent out surveys to teachers, and we're getting this feedback in, and that's the feedback that we wanted to share. We'll talk about the device losses, sustainability plan, and device management, and Tech Champions at the end. Next slide, please. Educators' feedback. From what we're hearing, some educators are advocating for school-based Chromebooks. We've gotten lots of that feedback, whereby devices remain on site, which will help, reduce loss and damage risks. That will also ensure that the Chromebooks are readily available in classrooms. It reduces the downtime as students don't need to transport devices. I forgot my device. I can't find my charger. But also, as indicated, it promotes equitable access technology across classes since they're readily available in the classes. We had more feedback about technology fees as a means of accountability, but also that would fund into device maintenance, repairs, and replacements. We also heard about student retained devices, whereby a student is responsible for that one device across the year. If it gets broken, it goes for repair, comes back the same student. That way, it encourages responsibility and simplifies transitions throughout. So yeah, those are some of the main feedbacks that we got. Next slide, please. Device loss and prevention. Preventative measures, we're definitely, I think we haven't stepped up efforts to, have some preventive measures, training for students, staff, and parents on device care. We're working with also public affairs to work on an educative video on how you should carry your Chromebook, how you should take care of Chromebook. We've seen that with other districts, and I think we ought to have one that we share with families. That way they can work on that. So hopefully, after the break, we should have that video out. Tony should help us get that out there. Device agreement forms where students and families do sign and acknowledge and know what they're taking. Hey, I was assigned a Chromebook, I'm responsible for ABCD, I'm supposed to take care of it and turn it in at the end of the year. That's something that we're working with. We're working with Students Record Department to make sure that Chromebooks are retrieved from students who are transferring to other districts. We've worked with them and they've implemented some processes in place to work on that. Multiple device notifications, again, we continue to hear that students have multiple devices. So we're really working on, enforcing that and sending out notifications to families. Next slide, please. Sustainability plan, device longevity, again, implementing preventive care to make sure that we extend the life of these devices. I think last year we talked about Google allowing updates for 9 years. So if we took care of that Chromebook, it would last 9 years. Okay, we would keep on getting those updates. So we're trying to push the life out of these Chromebooks. We get a warranty of 4 years. We want to push it to 5 to 6. This would help us plan our refresh rates, not in one huddle to say I need 20,000 devices, but help space them out there. We talked about technology fees, which would offset some of the repairs. If you look at the repairs numbers versus the technology fees that other districts use, that could help offset. Budget considerations, making sure that we allocate funds for device refresh. Every year we receive approximately 300,000, 400,000 from the state for technology. We could add to that, we could allocate that, but yeah, those are some of the considerations that we're having out there. Next slide, please. Device management, that's another plan that we want to have in place. That should help us retrieve devices, take care of them, working with tech champions to manage collections every summer. But we've seen that that's where most times, if we give out 100 devices for a school, we get back 60, where the 40. So we're really trying to work with tech champions to make sure that those collections happen effectively. Again, it ties into the distribution and collection, outlining processes that include reminders, collection schedules, beginning of year protocols, and again, communications with families to ensure that devices are turned in responsibly. Next slide. Which brings me to tech champions. We heavily rely on tech champions at the schools to manage these devices. Before, when we had a small footprint, the IT department could jump in and take care of things, but right now we do need the tech champions. It has been proven in the last 1 month when we've worked with tech champions to reconcile the inventory, we need them. In the past years, I think this question came up in the 1 year ago when we come by, the turnover rate. Yes, we've kept on losing tech champions out of that role. They're like, no, this is not worth it. And we're trying to turn that around. We are, working with them to give them more training, and work with them on ways and streamlining processes that can help them make their job efficient. So yeah, just wanted to highlight that those are the turnover rate numbers right there. And I also wanted to highlight the compensation. This is a compensation that we developed over 10 years ago when we had just half the number of devices, half the responsibilities for them. And that was the current stipend, $75 for under 350. If your school's enrollment is under 350, that's what they were receiving. It was between 350 and 649. $100 is what you're receiving, and where we have the most high schools, 650 to 2200, they're receiving a stipend of $125. Again, I want to stress out that this was back then when we had a fraction of the devices. But next slide, please. Moving forward, of course, the devices doubled, the responsibilities doubled. If you're having password resets, if you had 20 password resets there, 40 password resets, it's yeah, those responsibilities have really doubled out there. Which leads me to the next slide, of our recommendations. Wanted to recommend purchase of additional Chromebooks to replace those that are end of life, the missing devices. With the current funds in the PRC 15, there's 700,000, which we think can get us roughly 1,500 Chromebooks, and that should be able to bridge the gap that we have right now. That ties back to the numbers I showed you earlier on. Once the reconciliation is done, once we've sorted out Riverside, we should be in the range of 1,500, 2,000 Chromebooks. And we really think we can bring it down if we keep pushing and finding these Chromebooks. The second recommendation was a raise in stipend for tech champion responsibilities. And again, I received questions on how we came down to these numbers. 14 years ago, there was no formula. They found $50,000 and said, see how you can make it happen. And it was made to be happen. But on the rationale that everything has doubled, we thought that it's just rational to do that. We could turn it into an hourly rate. That's different mathematics. But at this time, this is what we're proposing to make sure that we retain the tech champions and have them help us maintain our fleet. And I think, yeah, next slide. All right, I'll entertain any questions at this time.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for your patience with us tonight.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we've heard Mr. Majumbi's recommendations. Is there a motion? Then we can move to discussion.
Well, I do have a question, but I don't know that I have a motion. I do see in the crises that there's two, it's written as, maybe I should say this differently. I see there's two items, and maybe we just need to be clear about what we're approving. One is funding the purchase of new books, but the other of the stipend increase is something that we'll be looking for 25, 26. And so I just want to distinguish those are two different items.
The stipend increase would cost the IT department $50,000. It wasn't planned in this year's budget. And I think that's why I think down there, on the fiscal implications, we had indicated that it would be included in the technology budget proposal for the next school year, 25-26.
Thank you for lifting that, Ms. Umstead.
Chair Rogers,
Yes,
May I-
Ms. Chavez.
may I make a motion at this time?
Can I? Dr. Lewis, item 2. Can you, generally, we wouldn't approve that right now before we've moved forward with our budget request. Do you want that? Okay, that's just informational. And that's for this year. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Chavez, sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchasing of 1,500 Chromebooks to come from, the funding to come from PRC 015.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Byer, to approve the purchase of 1,500, approximately 1,500 Chromebooks through PRC 015. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Carter Otten?
I just want to quickly thank you, Mr. Majembe, for answering all of the questions that we sent ahead of time about different aspects of this, but most importantly, in my mind, is about a long-term plan for sustainability. That feels really important to me, and as you've named tonight, I think it's really important for your team as well. And in that, your response, you'd indicated that maybe in the next 6 months or so, you should have that ready for the boards, maybe by the end of this school year, we should get an update on what that plan looks like for the next 5 to 10 years, whether we, how this will be something sustainable for our district. And I'm wondering too, is it at that time that we'll return to this idea of tech fees and Chromebooks that stay at school? Or would you like for the board to discuss those things tonight and provide guidance? Like, that's something that would change mid-year, or are you thinking for the implementation at the start of the next school year?
So definitely, the implementation will be at the start of the next school year. I think tonight would love the board to recommend for us to explore those and bring it back during the plan that we present to you. I think that would be the best direction for the IT department. If it's a non-starter, definitely would say it's a non-starter. But if you want us to explore the educators' feedback, then we can and include it in the sustainability plan.
Thank you. That's super helpful. I am definitely interested in exploring both of those two things. I don't know if other board members are though.
If I can just add, board members, there are a number of schools that have expressed interest in shifting in what I would categorize as, probably reasonable ways, the way that they implement one-to-one, including this notion of Chromebooks that remain in schools in cases. Mr. Majembe and I have kind of stood against the wall against that until such time as we came to this board to make sure that to get the board sense of its comfort with us making that kind of shift to the district's one-to-one posture. And so we would certainly love to hear from the board if that is something the board is comfortable with Mr. Majembe and I being in a position to grant schools permission to do going forward.
I thought that you were asking for permission to explore it further for implementation, then come back to the board with more information for implementation in the next school year.
So we're really, what I want to know is the board at all interested in that as a structure right? Is that something that you would want us to consider? Or because we certainly are not going to, we've directed everybody to distribute the Chromebooks that they have right now. But we'd really love to hear where the board feels, if the board has any comfort with that as an approach.
I guess I'll name one other thing in case folks didn't see in your response that felt important to me. Your response to my question about how do you navigate the Chromebooks staying at school with homework for secondary schools, and you mentioned like a middle ground where when kids have devices at home, they can use them, but there's a request process that can be put into place where they could kind of check out a Chromebook to take home if they needed it at home.
I like Ms. Byer.
Yeah, Dr. King, I appreciate you bringing that into this space as we were here moving to one very rapidly during the pandemic. I think several of us through the years have asked for actually us to tap the brakes and see what the best instructional practice is and what is appropriate for child development, especially with use of tech and screen time in our pre-K through second, third grade. I mean, so I welcome you all pulling together educational leaders to tackle that, and I think our parents would welcome being part of that conversation as well. Pediatricians, I mean, you all know, yeah. I think we just did what we had to do and bought a bunch of Chromebooks and, Mr. Majimbo, you were here with that. I mean, it was chaos, but it was what we had to do to keep students learning, but I would welcome that.
I would be interested in exploring and understanding more of the process of day user for Chromebooks, for day users, just day users, especially in the secondary. I need to understand and hear more about how we ensure that we're not widening the opportunity gap, and that the people who have access to resources are able to access the information to study. Students get home, don't have their Chromebook, things of that nature. I'd like to understand a little bit more about how and where some of the Chromebooks are getting damaged. I understand a lot of the secondary schools are not using lockers, which means that they're going to gym and dance and locker rooms, all the places where equipment would be, and being treated like another piece of equipment. And so if there's some work that needs to be done there to make sure that there's space for students to securely store Chromebooks, that could be helpful too. Yeah, those are my questions. As I have more, I'll send them over. But y'all know I have questions. But I'm still in support of finding out.
And to your point, we do have that data in terms of where they're being damaged by school. And so we'll continue to work with principals on that as well.
Ms. Chavez?
Yes, I'd like to also voice my support for looking into different models of one-on-one. And I think we need to do that in order to consider best practices for learning, as well as the financial sustainability of our the technology that we're offering. I'm also in favor of looking into the fees, exploring that. I'd like us to consider a sliding scale on the fees so that those who have less are not necessarily paying that fee, and those who have more can pay more toward our technology technology needs. Thanks.
Colleagues, anybody else? Ms. Umstead?
Yes, thank y'all for the presentation and the recommendations. Similar to what's already been said, I think I've often said, you know, how are we going to sustain this? Because we know we don't have pandemic funds forever. I do think in the presentation, you talked about getting feedback from principals and other educators, but I'd love to make sure we can get students in the fold with that to get their input on where they're getting damaged, and even students being a part of that video of how to care for your Chromebooks. This is gonna sound very elementary. I'm not an IT person, but I have noticed in other places, people have covers,
Insert,
right? And,
yes.
and protection on theirs, and I have not seen that with ours. And so I know that would be an investment of dollars, but like, is that helpful in protecting screens or that kind of thing? And that might be another way for us to be thinking about how do we sustain the life of the work. But I've seen that in other districts, they've got, you know, kind of hard covers on the front of them. Cause I know our kids are throwing off their book bags with that Chromebook in there. And so how do we can help protect that? With the technology fees too, I don't know if that requires policy change. So that was just another thought as I brought up. I know that was something that we had considered before. My last question, thought, comment is that it looks like we still have one tech champion per school. And I didn't know if there was any exploration of also having more champions in larger schools, especially thinking about our high schools that are 2,000 students or 1,800, you know, large numbers. Was there any exploration of trying to spread that workload out? I know that has fiscal implications, but I just wanted to offer, see if that was something considered.
Yeah, and we know in some schools they do, yes, we have one tech champion per school, but yes, at high schools, definitely one tech champion can't do it all. So they have tech teams. Tech champions have maybe the media coordinator or somebody else tag teaming, but we don't pay the stipend to those folks. So the stipend is only paid to one person at the high school, but we do give access if they need access to our inventory system to help with that. So yeah, we give multiple people out there. Think about the students. I think we'll do survey the students. Yes, the video is going to be with students. I don't know the schools, but yeah, it's our students in that video that we are reaching out with, I think from Keithans and South, and yeah, the couple of schools that we're working with on that case, so definitely.
Awesome, thank you. And I know that we've done, IT has had high school students as a part of internships in the past. And I wonder too, if high school students can be a part of, and they might already be supporting those tech champions at the high school level, especially. That's a skill for them to be learning and thinking about future careers. So thank you for this presentation. I think it's important to spend the money, but I hope that we continue to evaluate what this program looks like for us. And then just to your question, Dr. King, on staying at school and home, I just don't want it to impact students' ability to get homework done, to fill out college applications, or all the other things they might use it for. But I also trust that staff and you all will balance those things together. So I think that's a staff decision for sure.
We certainly will do that. And to your first point, Dr. Lewis, correct me if I'm not mistaken, I think you have issued an invitation to the IT department to come to the next student advisory group to get feedback from that group about this as an issue. So we'll plan to do that.
Colleagues, is there a motion?
Chair Rogers, I already made a motion.
Oh, my bad. I'm tired. Okay. Is there any more discussion? Okay, the 1,500 Chromebooks on PRC 015. Ms. Chavez,
This is Emily Chavez. I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Byer, that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. All those in favor, Ms. Chavez,
This is Emily Chavez. I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Harold,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
I vote aye, it passes unanimously. We're now in closed session. Oh, I'm sorry, did you want to speak? We are now back in open session. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The administration is asking the board to take action and approve the personnel report.
Move approval of the personnel report dated December 19th, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to approve the personnel report dated 12/19/2024. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously, 5-0. Colleagues, Ms. Carter-Otten.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add a special education placement agreement onto the agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Carter-Otten, seconded by Ms. Byer to add a special education placement contract on the agenda. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes unanimously.
I'd like to make another motion to approve a special education placement agreement with the American School for the Deaf.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Carter-Otten, second by Ms. Byer to approve a special education placement agreement with the American School of the Deaf. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. And with that, we're adjourned. Happy holidays, y'all.